Lives live. Police.
Hey,
Okay, I can't hear. Hold on. Here. How's that? Try
can you
again.
hear me?
Loud and clear. And for anybody
Yay.
who was in Jones's live with me last night, let's all pretend that didn't happen, and we can just move on. That's what I would recommend.
Oh, I don't know what happened.
Jones, Jones did an Ask Me Anything, which just turned into what it always turns into is people just trying to make me embarrassed with
Oh,
questions.
okay.
That's
That
yeah.
makes sense.
Thought I did a good thing. We were raising money for some mutual aid, and I thought someone asked me to share the rug story, and I was like, no. And I was like, all right, if somebody bids $100, and they didn't, but then they just cheated anyways and made it so that it counted as $100. Who just called me Hat Boy? Good morning, Hat Boy. Anyways, it was a little out of hand last night. We'll just say that. Who was the person that called me Hat Boy? Who was that? Do you remember?
Oh, I can't. It was someone. God, boy.
I don't remember who it was. Does anybody in the chat remember who that was? That was my favorite insult ever. Was it Hoodie? It might have been Hoodie. It could have been. That one it stung a little bit because it was just oh, it was Ken Ray. That's right. It stung a little bit because it was like, man, I've never
Ken
heard
Ray
that one
was so
before.
nice to me on Saturday night. It was like the Twilight Zone.
Well, I have that. I have that effect inciting people, and you have that effect of calming people down. So that does make sense, actually. Do you need your backup today? Oh, there it is, right on time. There we go.
Did you? Oh, mute it.
Wait, let me mute it. I had a suggestion. What if you use the front facing camera? Will that flip the image?
I'm not sure. I'll try.
I think that might work. Somebody, this
Wait,
is probably a simple.
I am using the front facing camera. I'm
Maybe
sorry.
the other one.
Okay.
That's what it feels like to be Felice's cat right there. That was
Can
like
you
a
see?
bird's eye view, like if you were holding your cat. Rug boy, I'll take yeah, I'll take Hat Boy over Rug Boy every day, every day.
Oh, is that
Boom.
right? Can you
Yep.
see? Oh,
Yes. Hey, everybody, let's give it up to RTP for the
you had a
first
good
time
idea.
ever.
You had a good idea for once.
First time ever something I did worked. That's right, folks. I'm a secret
And this
internet
is easier
genius.
for me because I can see now to like focus. I could never see like what it looked. This is much easier for
I
me too.
I think we go home. How are we gonna
Yeah,
top
that we
that? I
should.
just
This should be a wrap on this day. Like
oh
this could
god,
be a call.
this can be so much better. Thank you for the sunglasses. Uh,
Perfect. Now we can actually learn something and people don't can see. Awesome.
you
We're problems. This actually, you don't, I mean, I know you care because it was your idea, but like this is a huge deal for me. Like, I love this.
uh, were you last night and this morning just like in full? I wish I was still a teacher mode because this is an outline that does a lot of teaching.
Yeah, well, I think what it came from is on Saturday. So on Saturday, I was in Nemo and Jake's live. It was super. It was great. But what I got from it is just there's a lot of questions around the hush money case and the legal theory behind it. So actually, Jake during the live sent me this article, but obviously I didn't have time to read it. I looked at it last night and I was like, oh my gosh, this article is amazing. And I think that this could be an amazing educational tool because when we're in debates and stuff, there's a million, right? You know, you hear a million different things about the hush money case, its validity, what is the legal theory behind it, the New York statutes. So I think that for the purpose of having these conversations, learning ourselves and explaining some more stuff to our friends, our Trump supporters who are here, we will go through this article. And let me, sorry, for
And great.
the outline, we can put in the Discord the articles 8, which is what this visual aid is from. It's called The Mechanics of the Case so that's what we're going to, as District Attorney Alvin Bragg is prosecuting it. So that's what we're going to go over first. Then additionally, we're going to go over a Washington Post article that kind of is supplemental to it. That is number 9. And then the third, number 10, which you can just put in the Discord, the New York Times is releasing the transcripts for this trial, like the actual word for word transcript. So if you ever need to reference them or search for words or things during debate, number 10, the read transcripts from Trump's Manhattan trial, that this is the article where they update them as they come out daily. Okay.
And just so we're clear, we've dropped the link there in the Discord. If you're not part of the Discord and you want to join, you can message Jen. If you can't pull it up, that's fine. And if you're a Republican and you can't read, don't worry, we're gonna read it for you.
Sorry, I'm just so excited. I can
Good.
you don't know what this means to me. You've made my day. Okay, I could do so many more cool visual aids and everyone doesn't have to read backwards. Okay, so we're going to read through this article and we're all going to learn so much about the legal theory behind this case. Okay, so when Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg first brought charges, oh wait, one more important thing to note. Sorry, we didn't say this. Please tap the screen. Keep tapping the screen while we're reading, while we're talking. We are accepting opposition. So anyone that would like to talk about the hush money case or anything else, like we're ADHD, we're very good at skipping around. So if you're like, I'm not interested in this, but I have a different question, that's absolutely fine as well. You can come up and request. We are accepting donations. We rely on grassroots donations to keep our show going, and we appreciate them so much. So keep tapping the screen and sharing the live as we go through this. Okay.
And sorry, I've been distracted. My keyboard died, so I had to get new batteries. And my second phone for donations is also dead, but it's charging. So I apologize if somebody sent something. It's probably going to load up in like 5 or 10 minutes. So I apologize in advance if I don't get those in.
Yeah, and we'll get to all of them as soon as we do. We'll read them aloud before the end of the live.
JJ's here before we even get started.
Hey, JJ.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Hey.
Hey,
If
I
I
just
was
had a
harsh,
quick
if I was
question.
harsh, can I apologize? I just want to tell you, if I was too harsh with you, JJ, I wanted to say, I know you mean well. You're a good guy. You know what I mean? I lived in Idaho. I know many guys just like you, and I know you have a good heart. I just wanted to say that to you.
I appreciate that. I just wanted to come up and ask about. I had a question about body autonomy, but I'm just kidding. I just wanted to
That's
thank you
pretty
guys
good
for
job.
letting me come up there.
That's pretty good. I like that.
No, that was it. I just wanted to thank you guys for being patient. There's things that I did want to end up talking to you guys about, but I want to do a little more research and stuff behind it before I get into it. But more than anything, I just wanted to say thanks. So that's all.
Wow, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks
You're a
for saying
good guy, JJ.
All right. Well,
Hey,
I look forward to
bless you.
It's gonna make it harder to make fun of you now because you're being nice. But luckily, I
I'll
have
try.
a bad memory, so I'll forget this happened by the next time we talk. So I'll be back to my old
I'll
self.
take it.
All right,
I
buddy.
appreciate it.
See ya.
All right, guys. Aloha.
What a warm start. That's warm.
I know. People taking accountability, communicating. This is the only thing that separates me from the person I used to be to who I want to be. So I'm here for it. I'm here for all of it. Now,
I
on
didn't
to the
remember
hush
who
money
he
case.
was. I remember
Oh,
the name, but he's the Mormon guy, right?
yeah, he's
Yeah.
the
Okay.
Mormon guy that was asking questions
That's right.
to Danielle on Friday.
I'm
Yes.
so bad with names.
Oh, you didn't even know that whole time what was going on. You're just like,
Well, I figured it out when you said Idaho. I was like, oh wait, this might be the Mormon guy. That's
yeah.
when I figured it out.
Okay. So here we go. So The legal theory behind the indictment remained remarkably unclear. I just want to say this is not a partisan article. They're not taking sides, and they do explain that. They are literally just trying to provide more information about the statutes and legal theory behind this case. So this is just about clarity, not about in any way who's right or wrong. Okay. So, Bragg had charged Trump under the New York Penal Law 17510. That's the one right here on the top. So, 175-10, falsifying business records in the first degree. But Bragg had boosted the charge to a felony by alleging that Trump fudged the records with the quote, oopsies, intent to commit another crime and aid and conceal the commission thereof. But what other crime, right? That if you anyone who has the hush money indictment, it doesn't say. It literally just has 34 counts of falsifying business records, so no one knew. So now a year later, with the trial finally underway, Bragg's legal theory has come into focus, if you know where to look. The charges against Trump still have an oddly inchoate, I don't know that word.
I wasn't sure what that word was either.
I've never heard that word in my life.
Inchoate.
Inchoate. I don't know if that's a word. There was another typo in here, so I don't know. I've never heard that word. Thanks to Bragg's decision to charge 175-10.
Real quick, it's just begun, not fully formed, rudimentary. That's what.
Okay.
And it's
okay.
inchoate.
Inchoate. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, we learned a word. Okay.
There we go.
Still have an oddly inchoate quality, thanks to Bragg's decision to charge 175-10 without also charging alongside it the offense that elevated the alleged business records violation to a felony. But in court filings, opening statements, and one particularly informative conversation with Justice Juan Merchan, the district attorney's office has made its thinking a great deal clearer. Okay, so I'm just going down to the next paragraph. Perhaps the charges against Trump are difficult to follow in part because the underlying facts are so Byzantine. That the Byzantine Empire used to be the Eastern Roman Empire. That means thousands of years ago. It's old, is what they're trying to say, archaic. The 34 counts against Trump, all under 175-10, each correspond to a business record allegedly falsified in the service of covering up Trump's link to the hush money payment provided to Stormy Daniels, an adult film actor and director, in October 2016. That month, at Trump's instruction, Bragg argues Trump's fixer, Michael Cohen, paid $130,000 to remain silent about a past sexual encounter with Trump. The Trump Organization then paid Cohen back in increments from February through December 2017, with Cohen submitting invoices fraudulently labeled as charges for legal service under a retainer. The business records at issue in the indictment comprise Cohen's invoices, the checks cut to repay him, and the internal records kept by the Trump Organization of these transactions, all of which were mislabeled. Bragg argues to conceal the nature of the payments, which it was interesting. I was reading some of the court reporter stuff of what's going on in court this morning, and it turns out some of these payments came from the Trump Organization themselves. The first ones came from the Trump Organization, and then it switched to Trump's personal account. And Trump was the only one who could cut checks on his personal account, so that's why they had to go through the White House.
It also entirely decimates the argument of this was just some low-level staffer, right? Like at that point, and that's what's interesting. And I think what this Lawfare article lays out so well is, like, on the surface, I kind of get why Trump people are like, what is this case? Like, this seems like it's so petty. But like when you actually break down like how it, like each violation, what they mean, and how clear cut it is that it's against the law, I think this Lawfare article just does that. And that's really like the intent of us going over this, is so that we understand like what actually is being charged here, what are the consequences, and like how can you explain that to somebody who says, oh, this just seems like partisan politics, this seems like the weaponization. If you can explain what laws are broken, it's a lot harder for somebody to defend the things that Donald Trump's doing, or has done, I guess.
Absolutely. Okay, so here's an important part. So those are the business records. What about the object crime, right? That is the crime that Trump allegedly intended to commit or conceal in such a way as to transform the underlying misdemeanor offense into a felony. So that's what we're looking for, right? How falsifying business records were elevated to a felony, and it's called the underlying object crime, right? So this is this is the interesting part. If you're looking for the clearest statement of Bragg's legal theory, you can find it in a November 2023 court filing. There's a link, so you can cite this court filing opposing Trump's motion to dismiss the case, along with Merchan's ruling on that motion. So then Merchan's response of why the case wasn't going to be dismissed. So notably in that ruling, Merchan clarified that 175-10 does not require, this is the most important part of the whole thing here, people. It does not require that the other crime actually be committed. Okay, do you get that? He doesn't actually have even had to commit the object crime, the underlying crime. All that is required is that defendant acted with a conscious aim and objective to commit another crime.
That's like, remember that this, you should be seeing a pattern by now with these Trump charges. It's always the defense is always like, oh, these are small little crimes. Everybody does this, but it goes to show a pattern. And once that pattern has been uncovered with Donald Trump, it's easier and easier for people to bring more cases. And with the pattern that we're seeing is that he was running a scam business. Like, in order to get a leg up on everybody else, he would use fraudulent documents. He would not pay contractors. He would go back on deals. Ever since he's been in charge of the Trump organization, it's been nothing but fraud. And that's why I think it's a silly argument for people to say, oh, they're just misdemeanors. It's only a felony because you put them all together. Well, what if you robbed 100 houses, right? And you kept it under the misdemeanor offense for every house, but you robbed 100 houses. Obviously, nobody would be upset that you were charged a felony, right? Once you add up all those misdemeanors, would nobody would care that it was a felony. They'd be like, oh yeah, I did it like 100 times. There's 30, what was it, 37 times? Is that how many times? Or
34.
34 different times. It's not a very good excuse or a very good argument for people to say, well, they were just misdemeanors. It's only a felony because there was 34 of them. Yeah, that's why it's a felony, because there's 34. That's a lot. That's too many, I would say.
What I want to say is what we just read, just to understand, is he doesn't even have had to commit the object crime. They just have to show intent, right? Like, that is the point. So let me just read that again. Notably, in that ruling, Merchan clarified that a 175-10 does not require that the other crime actually be committed. All that is required is that defendant act with a conscious aim and objective to commit another crime. So in his filing, Bragg sets out 4 potential object offenses, and that's what these 4 are underneath 175-10 on this flowchart. So, violations of federal campaign finance law under the Federal Election Campaign Act. That's one. Violations of New York election law 17-152. Violations of federal, local, and state tax laws, so tax crimes, and additional falsification of business records outside the Trump organization, which is like David Pecker, AMI, they were falsifying business records as well.
Probably his personal ones too. This would also include his personal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Merchan allowed Bragg to move forward with the first 3 theories, but tossed out the last one. So we're going to go over that. This is all fascinating. So the one on the far, I don't know if it's everyone's right or left, the 175-05, Merchan in his ruling said, okay, this is not an object offense. I'm throwing this out, but we'll see how it's used later and what the arrows underneath mean as this develops, because it's all still relevant. So
it also doesn't it also make sense because Cohen and AMI are not defendants in this case, and those would be the crimes that they're responsible for. Like even though Trump was included with him, that to me is why he threw that out. Am I reading that wrong?
Well, we're going to go over it. Yeah.
Okay.
So again, we're going to go over the potential object offenses. So 175.05. So the last one, the underlying conduct here concerns records generated. So we're going to go over what it specifically is. Records generated not just in the Stormy Daniels payment, but also in the course of 2 additional efforts to squelch stories that might have harmed Trump. In both instances with the central involvement of American Media Inc. That's AMI, is the parent company of the National Enquirer tabloid. The first story, which turned out not to be true, this is the love child or whatever, concerned an allegation by a Trump Tower doorman that Trump had fathered a child out of wedlock. The second was to Karen McDougal, a former Playboy model who says she had an affair with Trump. Trump, Bragg alleges, coordinated these payoffs with David Pecker, who purchased the rights to these stories with no intention of ever publishing them, a so-called catch and kill. So in the course of these purchases, according to Bragg, AMI, so the parent company of National Enquirer, fudged its own internal records. That's the violation of 175-05. Bragg also points to another 175-05 violation in the form of false records generated by Michael Cohen when setting up the company Essential Consultants LLC, through which he paid off Daniels. In Bragg's telling, Cohen misrepresented the LLC's purpose to the bank, presumably because he didn't want to acknowledge that he was setting up a shell company to make a hush money payment.
During Cohen's testimony, this is what Republicans kept harping on him too. They were like, to try and destroy his credibility. This was like one of the big arguments by Republicans, is that he lied about the finances setting up the shell company, but they always left out the fact that shell company had one purpose, and it was to pay this $130,000. But this is one of like 2 things that Republicans try and smear Cohen on, and again, he was committing a crime for the president. It doesn't make him less credible. Probably makes him more credible.
Oh, sorry. So this paragraph that I'm about to read goes to what Jay was saying, I think, like when you were asking me why he threw them out. So Merchan tossed out this theory in his ruling on Trump's motion to dismiss, writing somewhat tersely that, and this is a quote from the ruling, the court is not convinced that this particular theory fits into the other crime element of 175-10. He did, however, write that the 175-05 theory appears to be intertwined with and advances the other 3 theories discussed. His ruling suggests that he will allow introduction of evidence of these other falsifications of business records for the purpose of proving the other 3 object crime theories. So 175 there on the end, you see the dotted line to it. It's not an underlying object crime theory that the judge accepted, but you see the arrow that underneath that takes it back to 1752, because we're allowing testimony about the falsification of those records of AMI and Cohen to support, right, to provide support to the other 3 object crimes.
Right, which, yeah, so you'll hear the evidence about it all sounding like it's going to be charged, but it's not. And that's what you were talking about earlier when you were talking about going into Michael Cohen's finances, the payments to AMI. It does help add validity to the other 3 arguments, but that itself has been thrown out.
Exactly. So now we're going to move on to the 3 object crimes that are left. So these are the 3 approved when Trump tried to get this whole case thrown out and all of this was adjudicated in court before testimony started. Here are the 3 underlying object crimes that elevate the falsifying of business records to a felony. Now we're going to go over them, starting with right here, tax fraud.
Yay, our favorite one. That's
Trump's favorite one.
Yeah,
tax fraud. Okay, he knows this well. The potential tax fraud arises from the particular method by which the Trump organization reimbursed Cohen for his payments to Daniels. Bragg alleges that defendant reimbursed Cohen twice the amount he was owed for the payoff. Oh, this is fascinating if you don't know this. This is something I never hear people talk about. So this is also an interesting thing to learn. So again,
It's
the
been coming.
defendant.
I feel like it's been coming up in the last week. I had never heard anybody make this argument, and then I heard it like 3 times last week that, oh well, Cohen got paid double, therefore not a crime. But Felice is going to explain like why it was double.
Guys,
Yeah.
keep tapping the screen if you can. We really appreciate it. Tap the screen, comment, share the live so we can get to the For You page. And then hopefully we'll have some opposition who would like to ask questions and learn or scream at us about this case.
Dealer's choice on that one.
Yeah, either
Yeah.
or we will allow.
Choose your own adventure. Don't let us tell you what to do.
So again, we're going to go over tax fraud. Okay. The potential tax fraud arises from the particular method by which the Trump organization reimbursed Cohen for his payments to Daniels. Bragg alleges that, quote, defendant reimbursed Cohen twice the amount he was owed for the payoff, so Cohen could characterize the payments as income on his tax returns and still be left whole after paying approximately 50% in income taxes. So not only did Trump pay a guy, right? Like, think about the argument for extortion. That's what the lawyers are trying to show, that this is just a rich guy being extorted, right?
It's also,
like, why would he pay him? Why not just pay him the 130,000 if he was extorted? Why are you paying him double? What
well,
did he
yeah, it
ask
goes
for?
to show like who Trump is and how he looks at finances, right? Like he was looking at this as legal fees, which I don't know how much of it they're able to write off, but like for your business, you're able to write off legal fees. But Donald Trump won't ever take his own money and put it into anything. It's always somebody else's money. In this case, the money was the Trump org, right? And then they could write it off. But he would rather pay $260,000. Didn't it wind up being closer to like 400,000 when all was said and done? I thought I heard that. But it just goes to show how Donald Trump, how his brain works and how he views debt. Like he doesn't mind being leveraged. He doesn't mind being in debt. Why? Well, whenever he has failed, he just gets out of it. Like he just declares bankruptcy and gets out of it. He's created this whole legal network and ways that he structures his businesses that if he fails, it doesn't hurt him. It just that business just goes away and he's got a million other businesses to take over. And for whatever you might think about our tax code, for whatever you might think that says about Donald Trump, maybe you think that makes him smart. Maybe you're one of those Republicans. But either way, it's a crime and it's something that none of us get to do. And it's not a way we should design our system. Who would design a system where only the richest people have the resources to find the loopholes and create loopholes? It's such a bad system.
Sorry, I was on mute. So again, if you're just joining us, we're going over the hush money case, the actual statutes that are being charged, the underlying crimes that elevate the falsifying of business records to felonies. We're on the first underlying accepted crime, which is tax fraud. So again, the defendant reimbursed Cohen twice the amount he was owed for the payoff, so Cohen could characterize the payments as income on his tax returns and still be left whole after paying approximately 50% in income taxes. Here, Bragg points to federal, state, and local prohibitions on providing knowingly incorrect tax information. And please remember, they don't have to even prove a crime is committed, right? They just have to show intent. Okay, the twist here is that because Cohen reported his income as greater than it actually was, he paid more in taxes rather than less, which is probably not what most people have in mind when they think of tax fraud. So again, Cohen paid more taxes than he was supposed to. So on this point, Bragg argues that this is a quote from the ruling. Under New York law, criminal tax fraud in the fifth degree does not require financial injury to the state. Again, so lying about your taxes, whether it's so you can get money or not, does not matter. It doesn't require financial injury to the state. And that federal tax law also imposes criminal liability in instances that do not involve underpayment of taxes. Mayor Chan seems to have been convinced. rejecting Trump's argument, quote, that the alleged New York State tax violation is of no consequence because the state of New York did not suffer any financial harm. He does not explain further, simply writing, quote, this argument does not require further analysis.
And
So
that makes
that's how
perfect
tax
sense.
fraud is an accepted underlying object crime.
It also makes perfect sense. And again, this is another argument Republicans hang on to, that, oh, well, the state wasn't harmed, therefore this is just another political witch hunt. No. What Cohen did here is Cohen overpaid on taxes so that he wouldn't raise any red flags of the crime that he was doing. So when you can't just pay more in taxes to cover up a crime. It doesn't work that way. That would essentially be the Trump argument here. Well, the state wasn't hurt, so who was really hurt? Well, he committed a crime. He created a shell company, another shell company, by the way, not a Biden, but yes, a shell company. Creates a shell company, not for the purposes he states it was. He used it entirely for a bribe to deceive the American people so that Donald Trump wouldn't be hurt by a story. It's irrelevant. And that's why he says this argument does not require further analysis, because it's irrelevant. It does not matter if Cohen overpaid his taxes. But you'll hear right wingers, especially in the news media, they're going to focus on that part. They're going to talk about it to try and paint Donald Trump as, I'm not a victim. But it's just, that's not the case. That's not what this case is about. This case isn't about somebody overpaying or underpaying their taxes.
Absolutely. And remember, like, when have you heard this argument again? It's a victimless crime. It's a victimless crime, right? With Deutsche Bank. But
Where
remember I gave the example of domestic violence, for instance. If a woman, oftentimes, let's say a man assaults a woman and the state brings charges and then the woman recants and says, oh, no, 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 I wasn't hurt. Like, it's a victimless crime. The state, if the evidence is there, still goes forward with the charges, like regardless of if the victim says they were injured or not, right? Like the point does not matter. Okay, so now we're moving on to the far left, the Federal Election Campaign Act. So now we're moving on to federal election law. So more central to Bragg's legal theory are violations of federal election law under FECA. Here, it's useful to rewind a bit and recall the lay of the land before the Trump prosecution took place. In 2018, Michael Cohen pleaded guilty in the Southern District of New York to federal charges. So now we're talking about Michael Cohen's case that was federal, including, among other things, campaign finance violations. Specifically, the statement of facts, which there's a link to if you ever need to use it, in Cohen's case states that his payments to Daniels constituted a contribution to Trump's campaign, well over the $2,700 limit in place in 2016 for individual contributions to a campaign during a single election. Additionally, Cohen admitted to helping AMI coordinate its payments to McDougal, which the Justice Department frames as unlawful corporate contributions to Trump's campaign. So AMI, and remember, would soon reach a non-prosecution agreement with the Justice Department. So this is David Pecker and the National Enquirer. AMI is the parent company for the National Enquirer. With the Justice Department, in which the company admitted to knowingly making an unlawful campaign contribution. So Michael Cohen and David Pecker have already admitted that they've done campaign finance violations.
Yeah, and let's just remember that this is somebody who reached a non-prosecution agreement, most likely because they would cooperate in other cases. We can't be sure on that. Or because they wanted the story completely buried. So they allowed the investigation to go on, and then they came to a non-prosecution agreement. We already know the Justice Department, behind closed doors, was pretty actively trying to make sure Trump didn't get charged on this stuff. And I have a theory behind that, by the way, Felice. I have a theory that goes further than...
Hit me with it.
Yeah, it goes further than this is Donald Trump orchestrating it from the top down. I think that this happens all the time. And I think it happens with politicians all the time. And I think the government historically, the federal government historically, has been very lenient with these types of crimes. But states' rights, brother, that's what we got happening in New York, because we love states' rights here with RTP
Donald
and
Trump
police.
himself loves
We
states'
love it.
rights, so they have the right to bring this prosecution, right? Donald Trump himself said states' rights. It's really weird he's not more excited about all of this.
And let's remember, the federal government didn't want this to go through. They put all sorts of pressure on New York not to bring this case, but they brought it anyway. And they're saying, guess what? Like, we have state laws too, and we can prosecute. Just because the federal government chooses not to prosecute on this crime, we will. So it's one of those things. Either the federal government is just they've made a decision long ago not to prosecute these types of crimes, or it could have been interference by Bill Barr, or both.
It's probably a combination of both, but yeah, Bill Barr definitely did everything he could. I mean, yeah, to make sure that Trump was not involved in any way in this federal case, but was Trump was still listed as individual one. Thanks, Jeffrey Berman. Okay.
Remember, Felice, we talk about all the time, like, whatever the Republicans accuse you of, they're probably doing.
Yeah.
Like, this case has exposed pretty clearly a weaponized Department of Justice, a Trump weaponized Department of Justice. And again, you haven't been able to prove that the Biden Department of Justice has been weaponized against Trump. You guys just keep saying it. But actual proof, where we have the actual Justice Department actually and actively covering up crimes, like, that's the weaponized Justice Department. It's not like it's not a theory. We're showing the Justice Department using its force to make charges go away for President Trump.
Absolutely. So again, we're going over the Federal Election Campaign Act violation. This is one of the underlying object crimes that is being used. So, let's see, where am I? AMI would soon reach a non-prosecution agreement with the Justice Department, that's the National Enquirer, in which the company admitted to knowingly making an unlawful contribution. A 2021 ruling by the Federal Elections Commission also found that AMI knowingly and willfully violated 52 USC 30118 by making and consenting to prohibited corporate in-kind contributions with regard to payments related to Karen McDougal, although this was not a finding of a criminal violation. Under a conciliation agreement with the FEC, AMI paid $187,500 in fines. What's more, the government has said Cohen and AMI further violated the law by failing to report their contributions. For the purposes of his case against Trump, then Bragg is arguing that Trump falsified the Trump Organization's business records with the intent to criminally violate FECA, the Federal Election Campaign Act. So there you go. I mean, it doesn't get any more simple than that.
And this is the type of stuff that they'll argue again on appeal. But just remember, now we do have a judge ruling that this state can enforce, or they can, I guess, tie their charges to the federal elections. What was the act called?
Yeah,
Or
the
whatever. Yeah.
underlying object, yeah, they absolutely can. And the judge has already ruled on that the Federal Election Campaign Act is an acceptable underlying object crime.
And that's that's a Republican argument that you're hearing from every once in a while. Fox brings on an actual lawyer, but they're like a spin doctor lawyer. And these are the types of technicalities they're trying to spin as if Donald Trump's not guilty. And they're saying, well, this is a federal law.
Yeah.
So the state can't prosecute. But the judge has already ruled, and I mean, he could be overturned on appeal, but the judge ruled that yes, we can.
Yeah, and absolutely. I was just gonna say again, yeah, they don't have to prove the crime, they're just proving intent. And this has been adjudicated in a pretrial ruling. The judge has said that these three are acceptable underlying crimes. So that's why I say if this gets overturned, it will be on appellate. It will be on appellate review. Like to bring up something like, oh, are these three underlying crimes? That would be appellate review. right? By
Right.
judges. Not in this case. In this case, the judge has decided that these three underlying crimes are acceptable for, you know what I mean? So the jury's going to look at it that way.
Right. And by the way, like that, if you're thinking just on appeal, it's just going to win. I think on appeal you would have a really difficult time winning, saying that states can't add federal election laws on underlying conditions. The state is involved in federal elections. The state runs the federal election in the state there, right? So there is an active interest on the state to make sure that those laws are applied and that they're adjudicated, right? So
Absolutely.
I think that would be a tough thing to appeal, honestly.
Oh,
What
it
you're,
will be tough for
yeah,
sure. But, and I just want to say, the more I read about this, the more I understood this case. That I read a ton about this case yesterday. The more sense it's making. Like, it's always made sense to me, but now it's making crystal clear sense. So, Chan held that Bragg may not point to Cohen's guilty plea or the Justice Department or FEC agreements with AMI as themselves evidence of Trump's guilt. Okay, so those things they can't point to in court as evidence of Trump's guilt, but that the district attorney may offer testimony about the underlying facts provided the proper foundation is laid, right? So that's the tightrope walk. You can't specifically blame those things, like say that that's evidence of Trump's guilt, but you can bring in the underlying facts. Trump has leveled multiple legal challenges against Bragg's use of the Federal Election Campaign Act as an object offense, right? So, arguing in his motion to dismiss, this is Trump debating whether or not right here the FECA can be an underlying object offense. Arguing in his motion to dismiss that a violation of federal law can't serve as, quote, other crime under 175-10. Merchan, however, held it could, right? So this ruling was brought. Trump's lawyers tried it and said you can't use the Federal Election Campaign Act, and Merchan did not agree.
well, and he also cited a recent case as
Yeah,
his
I'm gonna.
reason. Yeah, as his,
Yeah,
oh, are you gonna cover that? Okay,
I think
yeah.
it. Yeah, I think it's the next couple sentences. I think. If not, you can cover it. Trump also argued that the Federal Election Campaign Act preempts state law and thus rules out prosecution under 175-10 with the FECA as the object offense. Merchan rejected this argument as well, relying on a ruling, so he's citing precedent, last July to that effect by Judge Alvin Hellerstein of the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of New York in the context of rejecting Trump's attempt to remove this case to federal court. Like, Trump's trying to say the federal court should go first, and
No, no,
Merchan's
no.
saying,
He wants it removed. He doesn't think the motion was that that the state courts could not hold this trial. That it would have to be federal because it's a federal
yeah,
charge.
removed
Yeah.
from, yeah, exactly. Did
So,
I say, yeah? He wants
so
it
the judge
removed
is,
and it for it to be brought federally.
yeah, so just remember that on like Trump has already lost, that he lost before this trial started on saying this has to be a federal case because these are federal charges. The court said no. So I'm assuming he appealed, didn't win that. Then we have this case where he said to Merchan, like, you can't bring these charges. Merchan said no. So that's now two judges that essentially have reaffirmed that you can use FECA as an underlying not crime offense, excuse me, object offense, that we were supposed to say, underlying object offense. Did I get it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you could say object crime or object offense. Yeah, like either one, I
So
think, but object offense.
So what we're seeing here is that the case that I think most people, including myself, thought was the weakest of all the cases, still, who knows, maybe it will be the weakest of all of them, who knows, but it has much more of a foundation and much more protection on appeal than I thought. I mean, obviously I didn't know any of this because I'm
Well,
an
and
idiot,
once
but
you see this flow chart, like the way Alvin Bragg's laying out the case, now it makes perfect sense what he's doing. Like, I completely get it now. He's basically using all of this stuff. Like, he started right here, and is using these underlying crimes to support the New York State election law, which is where we are now. I think this is the most important one. And he's using the Federal Election Campaign Act violations, tax fraud, the David Pecker National Enquirer stuff, the Michael Cohen stuff, all of this, that's what these arrows are. He is delivering evidence to support the actual New York State statute about election law. Okay. So,
Wait, hold on real quick. Just need to read a comment. This is from Amber. Amber asking Felice, did you watch Reed and Maddow at the Apollo?
I did not, but I'm going to watch it. I didn't get a chance to. I heard it's good. The last time I saw Chris Hayes and Rachel Maddow at the Apollo, but not Joy Reid. I heard they were there.
Uh,
It
that's
might
it
be
for comments.
today too. I heard Joy Reid is having a huge interview with Brittany Griner. Brittany Griner is ready to talk.
That's what. Yeah, I saw that headline. I haven't. That's today.
It might be. I can't remember. Sometime this week, but yeah, Joy Reid got like a sit down, like huge interview with Brittany
Tucker
Griner. So
Carlson is
that
not
should
going
be
to like
interesting.
that.
I know.
Tucker.
I know.
Just a reminder, everyone, above Felice's head, that's our Cash App and our Venmo. We do rely on your generosity to fund this. We are completely crowdsourced. So if you have a question or a comment that you would like us to read, just send a donation to the Cash App or the Venmo. We will read almost anything because it's me. I'll read damn near anything. But let's continue.
Yeah, I think the our interview is tonight with Brittany Griner. There's also a really good New York Times article that came out, but this will be like her first interview. Okay, so moving on. Again, we are now on 17-152. This is the New York State election law. So this brings us to the final potential object offense, and the one that seems to bear the most weight in Bragg's presentation of the case so far. New York Election Law 17-152, a misdemeanor offense that prohibits, quote, conspiring to promote or prevent. So that's really important. It says conspiring, right? Conspiring to promote or prevent the election of any person to a public office by unlawful means. Well, that sounds just like what is going on
That sounds
here.
familiar.
So using unlawful means to either elect or not elect, right? Someone. Trump has sought to challenge Bragg's use of this statute as well. So let's talk about how Trump has challenged it. He has challenged this, arguing that it applies only to state and local elections. Oh, oopsie, sorry. That's my British man that reads articles to me.
You're WAPO British man.
Well, no, on Apple, like Apple, like products will read anything on the screen back to you. If you did you
What?
know that?
No.
For some people are visually impaired. So like you don't need to
didn't know
buy
that.
Audible books. Your iPad can read books to you.
Son of a bitch. I had
Yeah.
no idea.
Yeah, you
That'll
just
help. That'll help as I finish Christy Noem's book, which is really good.
yeah, and I have a British guy named Oliver read all my stuff. Oh, sorry, I refreshed the article. I just need to scroll down really quick.
Everybody, make sure we're still booping the snoot. Let's see if
Tap
we can
the
get
screen.
that. Where are we at? We're at 10:20. Let's see if by 11, let's call it 163,000. That's the number we want by 11. Thanks,
Yeah,
guys. Appreciate it.
you any book you have, as long as you have the text of it, you don't need to pay for Audible. Your iPad will read it to you.
And again, Republicans, we're reading this out loud to you because a lot of you can't read. So we're doing you a favor. And if you have questions, feel free to jump in the box. You can ask us any questions, or you can tell us why none of this matters to you. Either way, you're welcome here at all times.
Okay, so Trump has sought to challenge Bragg's use of office Trump has sought to challenge Bragg's use of this statute as well, arguing that it applies only to state and local elections rather than presidential elections, which Merchan rejected. The former president likewise argued in federal court that Federal Election Campaign Act preempts 17-152 in federal elections. But Judge Hellerstein held this to be without merit. So he tried it.
Hold on, real quick. Sorry, I just got a donation from Hey Sticky Buns. Or are they calling me Sticky Buns? Hey Sticky Buns, that might be about me. Hamas has agreed to a ceasefire.
Is that true?
I have no idea. Does anybody in the chat know if that's? I can look. While we are looking, and then Mika or Micaiah. I'm sorry if I messed up that name. Off topic, but can LGBTQ be conservative? Look, anybody can vote against their own interests.
Yeah, the log cabin
Yeah.
Republicans. If you've ever heard of the log cabin Republicans, those are the Republican LGBT. That's the LGBTQ Republican Party. The only thing Melania's come out of hiding for, she had a log cabin Republican event at Mar-a-Lago a couple weeks ago. Someone said they're reporting it on
Yeah,
MSNBC.
I see it everywhere. Hamas says it accepts.
Amazing.
Um,
Thanks, Joe Biden. Drew, I guess that means you're voting for Joe Biden. Oh, where's Bad Views, the anti-war guy? Now that Joe Biden has managed a ceasefire, does that mean you'll be voting for Joe Biden since you're anti-war?
that is look, this is it was who was it? Egypt and Qatar. Egypt and Qatar stepped in a little bit as
Qatar.
mediators, and yeah. Hey, this is what, like, for everybody criticizing these protests that are happening on campus, for everybody that criticized that opposition vote to Joe Biden in the Democrat primaries, this is what happens when you refuse to shut up. This is what happens when, like, you're not going to give up on innocent Palestinians because you don't see them every day and they're a world away. And this is what happens, frankly, when you start causing problems at universities. Eventually, people take notice, and that's what it took. That for all the criticism that these people got for their sit-ins, which were largely peaceful, for these professors that were being smeared all over the internet, sitting in with the students, they stood in solidarity for people that they don't know, and it worked. I mean, I'm sure we're far from done, but we have a ceasefire, and you can basically thank all the lefties for that. I don't want to shit from conservatives or like
Yeah, you guys did nothing
regular
except complain.
Democrats. Like, I don't want to hear from John Fetterman today. John Fetterman, you can take a hike today.
Okay,
That's
sorry.
awesome news. Let's continue about this shitty
Yes.
president.
So
And by the way,
again,
this is politically great news for Joe Biden. Let's say it how it is. Politically, this is a huge win for Joe Biden.
but also for the people of Palestine who need supplies desperately. Okay, so sorry, I'm just scrolling back down. I just want to make sure I'm at the right place. Yeah, got it. During opening statements on April 22nd, prosecutor Matthew Colangelo emphasized the role of 17-152 in the district attorney's case, declaring, so listen to this quote, this was a planned, coordinated, long-running conspiracy to influence the 2016 election to help Donald Trump get elected, end quote. Senior trial counsel Joshua Steinglass further underlined the importance of the statute the following day, describing 17-152 as, quote, the primary crime that we have alleged as an object offense. The entire case is predicated on the idea that there was a conspiracy to influence the election in 2016. So you see all these arrows here on the bottom. They're saying 17-152, that's a New York state statute. That's their primary underlying offense, sorry. And all of these, even though Merchan ruled that tax fraud counts as an object offense they can use, they're also using it, as you see with the arrow, to support 17-152. This one out here is not an object offense, but they're using all the information. That's why David Pecker testified and all the stuff about National Enquirer came out, and Michael Cohen is still yet to take the stand. They're going to use all of that to support 17-152, including the FECA, the Federal Election Campaign Act violations. All of that testimony, all of that stuff they're laying out is to support their main underlying object offense. And he says it so well here. The entire case is predicated on the idea that there was a conspiracy to influence the election in 2016.
Sorry, that's on me. I thought I was going to be able to get that. I still don't know how to
Yeah,
do it.
it only works small. I've tried it before. Like you can only see the whole screen.
There we
There
go.
we go.
Awesome. Did anybody see that? I think there was somebody else's profile picture there for a second. Did you see that?
I don't think so.
That was weird. That was
I
weird.
don't. I didn't see it.
I think it was Aaron McCauley's profile picture. Like it was in our like as it shrunk. That was
Oh, I
weird.
don't. Yeah, I didn't see it. So again, just to understand, like by their own words, their main underlying object offense that elevates here at the top 175-1010 to felonies, right? These are the 34 falsified business records. The Federal Election Campaign Act, New York State Statute 17-152, and tax fraud. Those are the underlying, the approved, I should say approved. Those are the approved underlying object offenses that elevate these to felonies. This has already been decided, right? This one was the one that Merchan ruled out and says, no, you can't use this as an underlying object offense, but you can use the facts, the underlying facts, to support your other object offenses.
And like they said, this comes down to election interference, right? I don't. What's the Trump defense going to be there? What other reason did he have for hiding that? Like we have the testimony from Hope Hicks doesn't help. That everybody knew, like they were in full damage control, that they were trying to kill stories. That she was told, like, you just deny everything, no matter what comes out, you just deny before you even know the details of it. She said, we just deny. Like that was par for the course here. Clearly they kept this story out of the news so that it didn't hurt Donald Trump. This was on, and this was what, like a week or so after the Access Hollywood tape. I mean, this would have been boom, boom, like back to back. And yeah, of course, it's like, what's the Trump argument against that? What, for you Trump supporters, what's your argument against that? Because it seems to be mostly that Trump's lawyers have been arguing, oh, it's not fair, this should be federal. They're not arguing that he didn't do it. They're arguing that it's not a crime. And that's going to be tough.
Absolutely. So, sorry, I'm just finding my place again. Okay. But 17-152 requires that a conspiracy be carried out by, quote, unlawful means. So, what unlawful means is Bragg alleging? Here, now this is what I was saying when I was showing you these loops on the bottom, right? That's what this is. Sorry, I lost my place. Here, the legal theory loops back around to point to the other three potential object offenses: the Federal Election Campaign Act violation, tax fraud, and AMI's and Cohen's misdemeanor falsifications of business records under 175-05. Note that while Merchan ruled out these third-party 175.05 violations as object offenses for Trump's violation of 17.10, they're still available to Bragg as a means by which to get 17-152. So that's exactly what you just read. Sounded more confusing. It's exactly what I just showed you with my finger. Again, like this one was ruled out. That's what this says if you can't see it because it's too late. Ruled out by Merchan, but the underlying facts can still be used to support 17-152. And so can the tax fraud underlying facts, and so can the Federal Election Campaign Act violation facts.
Remember, this is a jury trial, right? This isn't something that we're gonna see just a judge decide. So think about, like, put yourself in the place of the jury, and they're explaining, and the defense is, or excuse me, the prosecution is saying that these are crimes. The judge is affirming it. The judge has affirmed it multiple times that they are indeed crimes, and the Trump defense is these aren't crimes, right? I don't know I don't know how you convince this jury otherwise. I think that unless you have, I mean, maybe you have got lucky and snuck a Trumper on there and you get a hung jury, but every time Donald Trump goes to court, it becomes more and more apparent that there's not really defenses, like not legal defenses for what he did. It's always just like, oh, well, this is unfair. This shouldn't be happening to me because other people have gotten away with it. And that seems to mostly be the defense here too. I don't think that plays super well with a jury. I don't know that a jury is going to say, well, we realize it's a crime, but we'll just let him off. That's not the role of the jury. They've been instructed specifically that, like, if a crime was committed, they have to convict.
Absolutely. So let's bring it on home. So Bragg sets this out in his opposition to Trump's motions to dismiss. So, what we just described. Colangelo also gestured at this during his opening statement, describing the conspiracy as carried out, quote, through illegal expenditures, using doctored corporate records and bank forms to conceal those payments along the way, end quote. Understanding this emphasizes the importance of the underlying Federal Election Campaign Act violations to Bragg's case. The wrongdoing under federal campaign finance law supports 2 of 3 remaining object offenses, right? I see that makes it all the stranger that the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York itself never brought federal charges against Trump under the Federal Election Campaign Act, a decision for which there has never been a public explanation. Someone should ask Bill Barr. What we do know, right? Rachel Maddow went over that 2 weeks ago. That's what
Yeah.
they forced Jeffrey Berman out. He was trying to put Trump's name in the Michael Cohen indictment. They made him edit it and only say individual one worked in concert with Michael Cohen. Like, that's what they're talking about. That there was a case, right? There's a very good case, a federal case that for some reason has never been brought.
You know what's interesting to me too? I was thinking about this last night in that like all of this stuff, all this conspiracy stuff, like it's enjoyable to talk about. I like it. But what's interesting to me about this version of Republicans is this is the first time in my life where you had somebody who kept losing, and the facts were never on their side. The conspiracy was heavy on their side, but the facts never were. And it is so transparent right now that there is one side who is willing to break any law, who's willing to try and undo democracy, who's willing to embrace fascism, to embrace dictatorship, and yet their messaging across the aisle is to call us dictators, to call us fascists, to say that we have weaponized the Justice Department. In every single case, when it came down to present evidence, the Republicans have had nothing. And every time Democrats have been forced to provide evidence, they come with the goods. Every time. Like, how many more times do you guys have to lose before you start questioning what the people are that you listen to are telling you? How many more times? Like, it's that biased. Like, everybody's just in on it. Everybody's in on this conspiracy to take down Donald Trump. Or is it possible that he's been lying to you a lot and he's also a criminal? Like, at what point do you start asking yourself that question?
Keep tapping the screen, guys. I love that we're doing this. I'm feeling much better. I really wanted to do that because there's so much confusion around this, and now we can all understand it and speak to it intelligently. But what I want to, just as a review of this, like what I want to go over is, and this, oh, I'm not going to count paragraphs, but again, remember, in the paragraph that says, if you're looking for the clearest statement of Bragg's legal theory, you can find it in, and this is a hyperlink, the November 2023 court filing. So you can cite that, and there's a hyperlink opposing Trump's motion to dismiss the case, right? Trump tried to dismiss the case. That's the court filing that opposing Trump's motion. So Bragg saying, no, here's the reasons, here's my legal theory, here's why this case is valid. And then along with Merchan's ruling on that motion. So then Merchan responds and ruling on that motion. That's also a link that you can cite and use. And then this is the important quote. Notably in that ruling, so in Merchan's ruling, Merchan clarified that 175.10, that's up here at the top. Remember, these are the 34 falsified business records that have been elevated to felonies. So Merchan says, quote, does not require that the other crime actually be committed. So we're talking about these 3 approved underlying object offenses. So does not require that other crimes actually be committed. All that is required is that the defendant acted with a conscious aim and objective to commit another crime.
Yeah, and this is really this is what it'll boil down to is how well they're able to lay this out and get the jury to understand what the crimes are here. Because truthfully, like I had no idea. I try to piece it together, but I don't understand these criminal statutes. I don't understand. I don't have a great understanding of FICA. Like I don't know most of these things. But the way that it's laid out here, if they could lay it out as clearly as Lawfare did here, and they can get every member of the jury to understand this, there's really no evidence that the Trump team can present that really refutes any of these claims. Like the claims that they're making are pretty ironclad. They don't rely on hearsay. They don't rely on interpretation. They they just are
There's
fraud. They
paper
just yeah.
trails, recordings. Like, I mean, this case, like, the more I get into it, the more I'm like, oh yeah, makes perfect sense. They have the evidence to back it up. It's super simple.
Uh,
Guys, right? Put a 1 in the chat if this was helpful. I just want to make sure that we're enjoying these times. If you found this helpful, please put a 1 in the chat.
Hi guys,
hey, what's
long
up?
time no see. I actually
Yeah.
got banned because of a recent discussion, but that's TikTok rules.
Hi,
Yeah,
Ohad. Long time no talk.
yeah, no time. How are you guys?
Good. What's up, man?
Great, great. What do I want to talk about? Yeah, like a lot of things happen in this week. Like, have you seen the protest?
The what?
The protest, he
The
said.
protest.
Oh yeah, yeah.
What do you think about it?
That's great.
It's great.
Yeah.
What kind of things did you see in those protests?
I saw people protesting. What do you mean, what kinds of things? There's people protesting.
Have you seen any anti-Semitism
Yep.
or any support for theism?
Very little.
Very little. I saw a lot.
Where were you?
No, I saw all the videos of like,
Yeah.
and the girl that is.
Yeah, but I saw, but see, what I saw is I saw big groups of people. And when I see the clips of anti-Semitism, it's usually just like one person. You know what I mean? Like I look at the totality of the picture, and largely, those are people peacefully protesting. And by the way, they just they announced a ceasefire today, so it seems like that
Oh,
those
so
protests
again, this
are
is how you
working.
spin things. So
Well,
this is how
wait,
you
let me
spin
say something.
things.
And I'm going to find the article. I just want to answer the question. I read a great article. I believe it's a New York Times article. I'm going to go find it and I'll cite it, but it's very interesting. You know how Eric Adams made an announcement that the reason they had to go into Hamilton Hall was at Columbia was because there were outside people, not students, that had joined the protest and were like barricaded in there. Well, the New York Times is actually fact checking every person who was arrested, going in and asking them like, "Oh, are you some sort of bad actor like from Antifa?" No, it's people that lived within like a mile of Columbia. They're like, no, I just walked down there. Like, you guys have to understand who New Yorkers are. Like, if something is happening and they don't like it, they will go and protest. And it's a really interesting article, anyways, but they're cross checking the arrests, going and finding the people that weren't students and asking them, who are you and why were you protesting? And it's very simple. They're all just getting information from the news and deciding, like, I'm super angry and I'm going to go down there and support these students.
Okay, so what you need to understand, like if I see, for example, I'm part of a protest and I see this kind
Now
of
I remember.
behavior, I
Now I
see people,
remember him. He's the what you need to
I see
understand guy.
people. Yeah, my friend, let you give me the same proxy.
Sure, go
So
ahead.
I see this kind of behavior. I see anti-Semitism. I see posters of Abu Ovadia. I see posters of Al Qassam, make us proud. All this kind of bullshit. Okay, I'm gonna say not in my name. I'm going to say something against it. But you don't see
Go ahead.
anything coming from the protester saying we not in our name. Please don't do this.
Yeah, they're not.
We
Yeah,
are
they're not
condemning
focused on.
this.
Yeah, they're not focused on running damage control for the shit that your right-wing buddies post. They're there for a bigger cause. They want the violence to end, and they're not going to be distracted by you constantly asking them to deny or to denounce something that somebody said that might have been either violent or anti-Semitic. Yeah, they're not doing that.
Also,
They're
it's
not
not.
there for that. Of course they're not talking about that. They're talking about Palestine. They don't give a shit about the people on the fringes that make them look bad. They're here for a different reason.
Okay, so when you're saying that, you are saying that like it's not coming from them, okay? It's
No, I'm
easily
saying it's not
disproven,
coming from most of them. I'm saying it might be
okay,
coming
but it's
from a
coming
few
from
of
the
them. And I
leaders, so
don't,
it doesn't
and
make
I'm
any
not
sense.
going to listen, your side on the right, you have actual schmozzies on your side. So is it fair for us to say that you're all schmozzies? Is it fair for me to
What are
only
you
focus
speaking
on the
about? Like
schmozzy stuff?
those are the people that are
Is it
working
fair?
with
Is it fair?
where do you see the swastikas? Okay, do you see swastikas
Oh, you have to hold
by
up the, oh,
right-wing
okay.
people, by
So
the
now
flag
you
boys
have to
that
hold
came
it,
into the
hold on,
protest,
Ohad,
or do you
Ohad.
see the swastikas next to
MAGA
Palestinian
flags,
flag
usually.
next to Al Qassam
MAGA
Brigade and
flags.
whatever, or
I see it
Hezbollah
usually
flags,
with MAGA
or the
flags.
Egypt
Wait, may
flag.
I say something? Can I just say something
I
Please.
really
just want
quick?
to say one thing, and I
Go
will
No,
give
ahead.
you all
Felice,
time.
no, you're
Okay?
not. Felice is going to talk.
No, I was just going to give an example of anti-Semitism to support. Like I was listening to Nancy Mace. She was on Fox, and she was saying, "Oh, these George Soros funded protests." Like, do you understand that using George Soros' name is anti-Semitic? That's an anti-Semitic far right conspiracy theory, and in defense of Israel and to denounce anti-Semitism, she's essentially on Fox News being anti-Semitic. Do you understand the irony of the Republican Party?
There are a lot of I will say self-hating Jews, okay, but let's put it aside. If you
She's
have
not Jewish. This is
just a
not a
second, just
Jewish
a second.
woman.
I know that she is not Jewish, but he is. Doesn't change it. So when we are speaking about the protest, okay,
Wait, so you're just, wait,
guys,
hold on.
bro,
Hold
you're
on.
always
So you
muting me.
No.
don't,
Why
wait,
can't you
hold
let
on.
me speak?
Ohad,
That's
Ohad.
Why do you mute me all the
this is
time?
Israeli propaganda. Any Jew who does not
Can you
defend
just let
Israel's
me speak
Yeah.
for a
actions
moment?
against
There's
Palestine, they say is a self-hating
self-hating.
Jew. They
Yeah.
call Noam Chomsky. Yes,
I
I've
will
heard this a
address
million
George
Yeah.
times.
Soros
You are
in just a
literally
moment. I want to go
Israeli
point by point.
propaganda.
Bernie
Okay, I
Sanders,
can't
there's
speak if
another
you're
one. It's
speaking
Bernie
over me.
Sanders. No, Ohad, shut up for a
Chuck
second.
Schumer's a self-hating Jew.
There we
That's
go.
what they say.
Everybody who's not a
Can
Zionist,
can I
everybody
go
who
point by
doesn't,
point?
If
yeah.
you
We can't
denounce
make a
what
discussion
Israel's
here.
doing as a state, then that's what they
Dude,
call you.
dude. Okay, point by point. I have a told me. So if you have the leaders of the protest, like this guy that said that he wants to unalive all Zionists, right?
Who's the
I,
leader?
I, I
Who is it? Ohad, who's the leader of the protest?
the guy that hugged Ian, whatever. What is his name?
I don't know. I'm asking you. I didn't know there was a leader of the protests.
In Colombia, and I think he got kicked out.
Oh, so wait, so they kicked him out? Isn't that's a good sign? That's a good sign that they
Yes, if
weren't
someone
on
says
board
that
with
he
what he
wants to
did.
unalive all
Yeah,
Zionists,
we'll go
I
ahead and
really
we'll
hope that
monitor
it's a good sign.
ourselves. We'll monitor ourselves like we kick out anti-Semites. In the GOP, it's like, hey, come on in.
He said it.
Everybody's welcome.
He said it like 6 months ago, and he also
did he
said
get kicked out?
like 2 years ago. He said that he want to unalive all white people. Like he doesn't.
And did he
Like
get kicked
the
out?
fact that
And did he
they
get
are
kicked
only doing
out?
it right now just
And
because
did
of
he
the
get kicked
backlash.
out?
They didn't care
And
about
did he
it
get kicked
until
out?
now.
And did he get kicked out?
He didn't care about it until now.
And did
He
he get kicked
definitely
out?
not kicking all the people
And
with the
did he
Hezbollah
get
flags.
kicked out? And did he get kicked out?
Can I play my clip? This
Yeah, I
is
just want
number
Ohad to
38
tell me
on the
real quick.
outline.
Ohad, did he get kicked out? Ohad, did he get kicked out?
This is my understanding. Yes.
Okay, great. Looks like
38
we're
on the
policing our
outline.
own.
I'm going to play my clip. Everyone can breathe deeply while I'm doing this. This is Nancy Mace using anti-Semitism to support Israel.
How is this anti-Semitism to say something about George Soros, which is certainly
She said she's playing a clip.
Palestinian
is
rights
the
groups that I
all
believe
of
are
this
involved,
bullshit.
funded by George Soros, and they need to be off of our college campuses if they're committing violence, full stop.
All right. There's no proof that these are funded by George Soros, by the way, but their folks have denied that. But we'll see exactly where all of this money is
We'll
coming
agree
from.
to disagree, I guess.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just looked for the checks and I haven't seen them yet. But Nancy Mace, thank you very much on
That's
that.
a Republican
In the meantime,
thing.
here,
Neil Cavuto is one of the last reporters at Fox News who will fact check people, and that is anti-Semitic. George Soros is Jewish, and what goes on in America, and the way people throw his name around, it is absolutely far-right anti-Semitism.
New York Times. Okay, I'm just reading the headlines, but if you want, I will go into the link and will read you the whole article. George Soros, most found Colombia anti-Israel tent city. Okay, like this is just the
And
headline.
they kicked him out. We already
He's
covered this,
founding
Ohad.
what's happening in Colombia right now.
We already kicked them out. He got kicked out. We covered this already, Ohad. You want to
No,
respond to what Felice said?
you
Wait,
are saying that
Ohad,
it's anti-Semitic to point
Ohad.
out facts. It's not.
No,
do you wanna
I'm
respond to
saying
what Felice said?
invoking George Soros's name, which is a QAnon, it's a far-right conspiracy.
That is linked to many T
You
organizations like the
know
Muslim
what I'm
Brotherhood.
talking about, Ohad.
Yes,
Please
yes,
stop.
I know exactly
Okay,
what
so
you're talking about. The
because
Muslim,
we can't
how do
go.
you
No,
describe
wait, Ohad.
the
Let me
Muslim
explain
Brotherhood?
why. Ohad, I'm not mad. I just want to explain why. We're not going to go into the details of that conspiracy theory because it could get the live taken down or one of us banned. That's what. So that's why I'm being weirdly cryptic and just saying we all know what we're talking about.
I
And you
just think,
also,
Ohad, I just think it's interesting that today all these protests happened, and it looks like they've put enough pressure on our government to try and
yeah,
at
again,
least.
this is a spin.
Ohad, I'm talking still. And it
Yeah,
looks
but I
like
know what you're going to
I'm
say.
still talking, Ohad. And it looks like they've put enough pressure on our government, and the rest of the world has also added pressure. Protests are happening all over the world, by the way. And now it looks like we may just have a ceasefire. And you decided to show up on a day when it seems like we may have a ceasefire and start just calling everybody anti-Semitic. It's almost like you don't really want this to end. It's almost like you don't really have a problem with what they did. You just want an excuse for this war to keep going. That's what it feels like today. On a day that they have negotiated likely a ceasefire, you're showing up to stir shit up again, to get people inflamed again. What does that say about you, Ohad?
You're making a lot of stuff up, and I will tell you exactly how you spin this. Okay, so
What
what
does it
just
say
happened?
about you that you showed up
Bro,
today
bro,
after the announcement of a ceasefire?
you really love to like ask me something. Then when I start responding, you're
Yeah,
starting to shout over me.
because you
So
never
just a
answer
second.
questions, Ohad. So I'm going to cut you off when you don't answer the question. So I'm
No,
going to
you're
ask you
just
again,
doing ad
what does it
hominem.
say
You're doing
about
like you're
you?
speaking. You're saying many things about me.
And what does that say
I don't
about
need
you?
to address when you're saying that I'm this and this. I don't need to address it, okay? Because
Shut up.
it doesn't follow
Shut up.
any logic. Okay,
Quit
we're not
crying.
making a
Get to your
discussion.
point, please. Get to your point,
Thank
please.
you. So what just happened? Okay, about the ceasefire. Okay, that is quote unquote a coin. Like the age group refused to accept the ceasefire that doesn't include like many things that Israel simply can't agree to. Okay, so what they did just now, they just released another version of the ceasefire and said, okay, we agree to this.
Great.
Israel never looked at these papers. Okay, they don't even know what this
Well, they're
implies.
going to get a chance, Ohad.
No,
So what's wrong with the papers? That's
it
how this
doesn't
shit
make
works.
any
What do you think?
sense.
What do you think? They
Wait,
sit down in a room together? This is how this shit works. They're at war. One side is saying, "Here's our terms," and you give it to the other side. What are you talking about?
and
What do you
didn't
think they had a
Israel do it
Zoom
like
call to figure this
7,000
shit out?
times? Didn't Israel do it like 7,000 times? What are you speaking about?
I'm
Didn't
talking about
Israel
today.
agree to
I'm talking
many
about
versions of
today.
the ceasefire
I know you want the
that
war to
was
go on. I
suggested
don't
by
care. I don't
America, by
care.
France, by all of them?
Yeah, you just want it to keep going. You love the violence. You're finally getting your wish. I get it.
Well, can I
You need to
cite a
understand
source, please?
something.
You guys, I was talking about the article where the New York Times goes and talks to the outsiders that were not students at Columbia, that dispute the story that they're like Antifa bad actors. It's called Outsiders Were Among Columbia Protesters, but they dispute instigating clashes. Officials have blamed external actors for escalating demonstrations at Columbia University and elsewhere, but student protesters reject the claim. So I just wanted to say there are two sides to this story. It's important to read both, I think.
Like we can speak about like the level of intelligence coming out of their speeches, but that's fine. Like we can speak about this girl calling a pizza
No,
delivery
no,
humanitarian aid.
no, I'm
We
muting
can
you
speak
now.
about that.
Listen, stop talking about single individuals to smear a whole movement. Stop it.
It's not a single individuals. It's a collective mindset that
This
acts like a
girl
hive
is a
mind.
single individual. This girl, that's a single individual. What are you talking
If I
about?
can get you 100 single individuals, okay, it's no
Yeah,
longer
because
like just
this is
a
the
single
problem,
actor.
Ohad. Your story relies on us listening to you bloviate for 30 minutes with these single examples. And after 30 minutes, you know what you have? Five fucking people. Like five people who said bad things. And you use
I
that
can
to paint
probably give
and
you
you
back
use
to back
that to paint and you use that
150
to
videos.
paint the entire opposition when the reality is the opposition mostly isn't like that. Almost universally isn't like that. They just don't want to see innocent people die. But you want this to keep going. So you
No, you
pretend that
want
those
this thing to
five
keep
people
going.
are the voice of everybody else. But like you already pointed out, when somebody's opinion became troubling and clearly anti Semitic, they booted them immediately. And that was the leader. They booted the leader. We police our own over here. We don't want anti-Semitism. And every time you do this shit, where you take a video, probably out of context, and a single person, and smear the whole group, it furthers the divide. Which is why I think that your end goal is that Palestine just be taken over completely. That we start over. That we remove the Palestinians. I don't believe you when you say this is about revenge or protecting yourself. I believe, as most Zionists are, you just want to rid the country of Palestinians. That's what it feels like to me. Otherwise, you would engage like a normal human being and not focus on these anecdotal examples that lie far outside the general thoughts of those in the movement.
Okay, just let's get the facts straight, okay? Because you seem to be on a completely different reality,
Yeah,
okay?
no shit.
So yes, I know. So the age group definitely are genocidal, okay, in their beliefs. They want to wipe out all the Jews that live in
So are
Israel and
you.
outside of
So
Israel.
are you,
No,
Ohad. I
no,
think
no,
you
no,
are
no.
too.
Don't make
No, no,
this more
no. I don't
equivalency.
care. I don't care because I think that's
I
your
know that you
position.
really want
So,
to make this
and
more
I am not an
equivalency,
H group
but I'm tired of
sympathizer.
it.
I do not defend H group. So I don't care. But
But
now you're
but the
doing
thing
it
that you
again.
are
You're doing
missing,
the same shit I just accused you of. Now you're saying,
the,
now you're
the
taking
only
H
thing that you
group
are
to
doing is asking a
justify
question and not
the
let me answer.
unaliving of Palestinians. You're now using H group to justify it. This is all you guys do. Justify, justify, justify,
Eat food
justify
a
for
single
your
word and then
genocide.
you
And
cut me off.
you want to accuse everybody else of supporting that, but you use all these obscure sources as a way to smear the group as a whole, which is why there's more than 30,000 innocent people who are gone now. Don't talk to me
But
about
can I
G side
speak
with your positions.
for
You're
1 minute
sick.
straight without you cutting me off? 1 minute
No,
straight.
no. I think
Like
you're
you are
gross. And
speaking for
every
how
time you
many
say
minutes
something
straight?
I
I
don't
don't
like,
say
I'm going to
anything.
cut you off. Every time. I don't think you deserve a minute straight.
So you don't want to hear the other side. You don't want
No, I do
another.
not care
You
about your
don't want
side.
another
No,
point of view. You
correct. I
just
don't care
live
about your
in your
side.
reality, and you
Correct.
won't even challenge it in every meaningful way. And this is what you do. This is how you run your life.
Yeah,
You believe in a
that's
certain
right.
reality with
That's right.
with
Yeah.
everything
And
that
guess
you have.
what?
You wouldn't challenge.
I did it again. I
You
don't care.
wouldn't challenge that.
Okay, this is
Well,
easier.
can I
One
let
more.
me say something since you guys are just going back and forth. I just want to say, oh, this is the reality. There, we saw this with the BLM riots, right? Were there bad actors and was there damage? Yes, but then when investigations happened, turned out those bad actors were actually the Boogaloo Boys, right? Not BLM protesters themselves. There are always bad actors and incidences in protests that are awful. We denounce those, Ohad. We denounce incidences of true anti-Semitism. But what my concern is that America has been built on the right to dissent, the right to protest. When House Resolution 6090 was passed, and you probably know about this, it used the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism, which states that you cannot criticize the state of Israel. Now that when we're talking about chilling Americans, all Americans, whether you're pro-Palestine, pro-Israel, or have no idea it's even happening, they're chilling constitutionally protected speech. Like that's what the fear is.
Okay, so I will tell you, I don't think this law is good. Okay, you see, we agree with something. I don't think that this law is good, but I think that it stems from the inability to just how do I say it? Like actually arrest people for laws that already exist. Okay, if people that were cheering on the age group, people walking with all those Hezbollah flags, people that are chanting anti-Semitic things, or people that are even violent in this protest were arrested, there wouldn't need to. There is no need for a new law. There is just a need for people to actually arrest people that commit that are going against existing laws. Okay, if those how do you say it, like laws being prosecuted, I guess.
Yeah, like when constitutionally protected speech, right? Like let's say anti-Semitism, when it's directed at someone, then it becomes illegal and needs to be right.
Yeah,
Like
because
someone
it's
needs to do something about
harassment.
it. I
Yeah,
agree with that.
because
I
it's
agree with
harassment,
that.
it's abuse.
I agree with
But I
that. We're
wanted.
just saying when you I'm not gonna I America has been built on the right to protest. Like I support it. The minute that right is taken away, America is not America anymore.
I agree with you completely. But just again, like there is a difference, okay, between being anti-war, which I don't say by the way, because nobody is saying things like peace now. Everybody is saying like we don't want 48, we want all of it. Like those are the things that you are in from them. Nobody is chanting for peace. Nobody. But let's change the subject.
What do you
The
think a
also
ceasefire? Wait, what do you think a ceasefire is? What do you mean they're not chanting for peace? What are you
That's
talking
not
about? That's
true.
almost exclusively what they're chanting for. And you're doing the same shit I just accused you of. You're taking the words of a very few, a very tiny minority of the
It's the
people
only
and
thing you hear
pretend,
about it.
shut the fuck up when I'm talking. And you
Dude,
pretend that
dude,
that's
dude,
what the
no,
whole,
no, no,
all right, I'll
you're
just mute you. Jen,
gaslighting.
take care of his mute. Take care of his mute. And you just pretend that that's the whole movement. All along, they've wanted a ceasefire. That's what I've wanted. You cannot criticize only those who are H group sympathizers and pretend that sympathizing with the IDF is any different. You're an IDF sympathizer. You're on the same level with the H word
Absolutely,
sympathizers.
actually.
Now, us,
Even
we
better.
don't like the IDF and we don't support H group, but you've chosen a side. You're just as bad. In fact, statistically, since October 7th, you're far worse. The numbers are, it's 10, what is it, 20x, 30x the amount. You guys are way worse. So I don't want to hear shit about H group sympathizers from IDF sympathizers. You're worse. If you want to if you want to talk about the nuances of this, fine, but you're taking a position that the IDF is justified, which is insane and evil and gross. And that's why I literally don't care about your opinion. You're just an IDF sympathizer. You like this.
Do you want to hear the other side or no?
I just told you, no, you're an IDF sympathizer. I don't care about
So
I
why
don't
did
care
you
about
even
you
let me up? Just
justifying what your
care
group is
about the
doing. I
things
don't
that you are
care.
saying. You live in your own reality. Okay, why did you even bring me up? Okay, like if you want to hear
Honest to God, I forgot who you were. And as soon as I heard your voice, I regretted bringing you up. Go
Felix,
ahead. I'll
do you
give you the
want to
last
hear what
word.
I
Go
got to
ahead.
say?
You can have the last word.
Last word or less?
Of course, you're not getting the last word, idiot. Of course, you're not. Here's a refresher for you instead.
Hey, hey,
Hey, good morning,
our
afternoon.
favorite
What's
guy.
going on?
Hey, Drew.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but at least you claim to be.
You're better than
Um,
Ohad.
yeah, that's for sure. Listen, I mean, I don't even want to get into the Palestinian Israeli thing because
Yeah.
it's so complicated and there's so many points of view and so many like you said nuance to the whole thing that it's just so hard to. I mean, some things aren't hard. Some of the atrocities aren't hard to but just the whole backstory and everything else is just it's not
Well,
my place to even have a
honestly, Drew, you're probably there too, but
an
like
opinion.
there's a wide variety of opinions. Where I have problems is when somebody is like either supporting H group or supporting the IDF. But these IDF
Right.
sympathizers that pretend that like the H group is the bad guys and they're the good guys, it's like that's crazy. Anybody who supports peace, anybody who supports a ceasefire, anybody who supports either a 1 or a 2 state solution, fine. But as long as it's peaceful, that's all I'm looking for, and that's what drives me nuts
Right.
about him. Like he doesn't care about peace.
No. And the problem is, I think there's plenty on both sides that don't care about peace.
Yeah, that's
And
fair.
that's what's sad.
Yeah.
It's a sad thing because I think there's plenty of them that are just filled with hate on both sides. That's why this has been going on for as long as it has.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Yeah,
I want
I
to talk about
100%
the
agree.
other case. I want to talk about the other case because even though you did a great job, by the way, of explaining the case, you did an excellent job.
She did great.
But you have to understand, you did a very good job of something that's super complicated and a super stretch, in my opinion, of legal gymnastics to get this case prosecuted. And that's yeah.
Oh no,
Don't
I
do that,
understand.
bud.
Let
Yeah.
me play something for you. Actually, I want to play a clip because well, let me go back to this slide really quick. Like, and before I play the clip, I'm just gonna say this. Like, you're acting like sorry, Ohad's just messaging me, calling me a coward, and it just popped up. Oh, it just popped up on my screen. That was slightly
Good.
distracting. I'm sorry. Um, what I was going to say is 175-10. This has been prosecuted 10,000 plus times. Like it's not new if you think that it is. I was listening to a
No, I
prosecutor
don't. I don't think. I
explain
don't think
this.
it's. I don't think it's new. I don't think it's new. I think it's. I think it's. Look, do you think if this was anybody else, this would be prosecuted with the vigor that it is? Honestly, or
Couldn't.
do you think
It
that
would
it's for political points?
Drew, it couldn't. Because the underlying crime here is election interference. Like the amount of people who could commit this
Right.
crime in this way are almost exclusively people who are running congressional, senate, or presidential campaigns. Like that's the thing. Like,
Yeah.
of course, yes, I do think it would
Proving
have been
intent
brought.
on that isn't going
You
to be
don't.
as easy as you guys think, though.
Well, you don't think that they're going to be able to prove because what they have to prove is that they kept this story out of the media so it wouldn't affect his election. You think that's going to be hard to prove?
But he has a history of doing this prior to ever being on a campaign,
Yeah, but that doesn't matter because
and that was
this is
for
about
that
this.
was for family
Wait,
reasons.
hold
Wait,
on,
hold
Drew.
on.
Drew.
This case
But
is specifically
other
predicated
times,
because it was an election. Do you understand that? That's the difference.
right?
No, I do.
Those times it wasn't a
But
crime.
what I'm
You
saying
can
is,
keep stories out of the media to protect your own personal reputation, but you can't do it in this case to affect an election. It's about our elections. It's about keeping them as honest as we possibly can. So, yeah, like Joe Biden could be accused of this. Obama has. You don't think that Republicans have tried to find dirt on Hillary or Obama or Biden? You don't think they'd bring these exact charges if they had anything close to this? You think they're just
yeah,
sitting
I
on
think
their
they would.
hands like
I
they
think they
wouldn't?
would.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to impeach Joe Biden and can't tell us what crime it is. That's crazy for you to think that they wouldn't do anything in their power to try and take down Joe Biden.
Let me play my
No,
clip.
I'm not saying. I'm saying it's Go ahead.
Astutely point out, it's not
And
enough.
it's
Maybe,
so
woulda,
common,
shoulda,
then
coulda.
why aren't
It's beyond a reasonable doubt.
What? Can I play? Do you mind if I
Sorry, my
play
dog
this?
doesn't shut up. Come here. Come here.
Yeah, go.
Knock it off with your big mouth.
Astutely point out, it's not enough. Maybe, woulda, shoulda, coulda. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. It's the highest standard of proof in the history of jurisprudence. They have the burden. That burden never shifts to the defendant in any case. And the way they cobbled this case together to get this felony in there, they tied it to he had to do these things in furtherance of another crime, and that's where I think they may fail.
Now, the first thing that's wrong with this take is Brendan saying that the case is cobbled together. I'm not actually sure what he means by that. It's not cobbled together any more than any case is something that you have to put together with facts and evidence and witnesses. The narrative that they're putting together here is one, as we've discussed, that the business records were falsified with the intent to commit the election crimes violation. Now, there are a lot of commentators who feel that there's something wrong with using the election crimes violation, but there's not. If you hear anyone say that this is a newfangled theory or it's one that hasn't been tried before, just remember that the Manhattan District Attorney's Office has used this misdemeanor crime of falsifying business records in conjunction with the intent to commit all sorts of different other felonies some 10,000 times. So it's hardly a very novel theory. Now, the point that Mr. Brennan makes about this very high standard of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, that's interesting. That's a very standard argument, and it's true. It is beyond a reasonable doubt. But it's a standard argument that defense counsel often use when they don't have too much else to argue about. So they're absolutely right. That is the highest standard in law. But whenever you hear a defense lawyer really relying upon that standard, it often means they don't have any theme to their defense, and they don't have any great attacks or really good ideas for poking holes in the prosecution's case.
Did you get that, Drew? Like, that is the point. Like, when you start saying,
Yeah, I
"Oh, it's
got
the
it.
highest standard, it's the highest burden of proof." Yeah, all criminal cases have the highest burden of proof that have ever. Yes, yes. Welcome to criminal court. You're just stating the obvious at that
Didn't
point.
Hillary Clinton get charged for something like this?
Drew, you're coming out of cognitive
Yeah.
dissonance, and then you go back to your MAGA friends, and they're confusing you,
I'm
and they're
asking the
saying
question.
things.
No, I'm
She
just
got
asking a question.
so yeah,
No,
Drew. She got
it
charged
has nothing to
for
do with MAGA.
yeah. What she got charged for was misusing the funds, not but there was no second charge or really like what she did. It would be hard to argue that that was election interference. Like if all it's opposition research, it happens in
How do you
every
say?
single
If she used
campaign.
something that knowingly was false.
No. You can get opposition research and it
Yeah,
be
what?
false. And she didn't know that it was false. In fact, nobody still the things that we say are false in the Steele dossier, none of them have been proven false. There's just we don't have evidence that that it's true. Right? There is a difference between proven false and proven true. Right? These are all somewhere in the middle. But you're allowed to do those. She wasn't publishing them. You're protected on a campaign. You can say things that aren't true, obviously, because Donald Trump did that all the time. Every politician has done that. But what we're talking about
They all
here,
do, right?
but what this is it's keeping information, potentially vital information for the voters from them so that they won't vote for your opponent. That's the difference. This was actually keeping the information out of the voters' hands. He's not being accused of giving them new information that wasn't true. Otherwise, he'd be on trial for a million things, and every politician would. But this is about hiding things from the American people.
So can't we criminally charge the media for saying that the Hunter Biden's laptop story was false
No.
by 51 intelligence agents saying that it was false
Well,
and
Drew, let me
likely
tell you
Russian misinformation?
Drew, see, this is the problem with the way that you've been indoctrinated, is that you use words that you shouldn't
I've
use.
been indoctrinated.
Right? When you say that like that the news said the Hunter Biden laptop was fake, nobody reported that. What they reported is it couldn't be confirmed, and these 51 intelligence agents said, "Look, this looks a lot like Russian disinformation." And there's only one source, so be careful
But yet
in
the FBI
reporting this
had the
because you
laptop.
don't
No,
know.
but
Because hold
no,
on,
Drew. That's not.
hold on, Drew, hold on, because you don't know if
Go ahead,
it's
tell me.
true.
Tell me
It
then.
was
I'm
about the
wrong.
report. Hold on, Drew. It was about the reporting, not the existence of the laptop. It was about what was on the laptop that they were saying looks like Russian disinformation. You can't find me a source that says the laptop doesn't exist. But Republicans have said that so many times that it has rewired your brain to believe that when that happened, the response was, no, this laptop doesn't exist. That wasn't the response. The response was, we can't verify anything that they're saying is on this laptop.
Okay. But then I thought it was, and I could be wrong. I thought it was brought out that the FBI was well aware of this.
The FBI had the
prior
laptop,
to
and they were, but Drew, the people who wrote the letter were former intelligence agents, people who didn't work for the FBI anymore. These are people who were just relying on their years of identifying Russian disinformation, saying, this looks a lot like Russian disinformation. And by the way, Russia was parroting these. Russia was putting these stories out. Part of the reason they thought it was Russian disinformation is because Russia was actually putting this out. And so it that's all they said is they warned them. And then once they got a second source, everybody reported it accurately. Here's what's being here's what they're accusing or they're saying is on the laptop. We can't prove it. Like we don't obviously we don't have the laptop,
that
the
was
hard
after the
drive,
fact, though.
the hard drive that they were well what they relied on for that story was a hard drive. They weren't relying on the evidence directly from the laptop. It was a hard drive. And when that's been forensically audited, we also know that there were edits made to that hard drive long after Hunter Biden had dropped off the computer. So it is difficult for us to know what is and isn't real. And that's all they said. But they didn't say the laptop didn't exist. That's how the story's been spun to make you believe the media is lying to you. Drew, I would challenge you. I've thought about this a million times. And I've wanted to do this with Republicans, but I think I would hypothesize that almost everything you believe is wrong and provably wrong. But it just and this is what's crazy. This is how far your party has come. Your party rarely sniffs the
It's not my
truth.
party.
Well, but they're the ones that are educating you. So whatever. Yeah, I agree. I do
They're
think that
spewing
you
their
have
talking points, so
you have more nuanced views than most of them. And I do think that you're reading stuff and like making up your own mind. But that doesn't change. If you hear the same thing over and over and over and over, there's nothing you can do about it. Your brain is going to be conditioned to believe that, or at least start questioning it. Because like your brain just think like, how could so many
It's
people be saying this?
see you guys. No, it's especially with this case. You know, you could find the legal theory, and they're calling it legal theory, by the way, constantly because it's like it's not really exactly.
oh,
You
it's
know,
New York statute.
it,
We went
I
over
know
the
you said that
statutes. We
they
went over how
prosecuted
they're
20.
charging. Stop,
I
Drew,
understand.
stop.
Your no,
No,
Drew.
but
It's
no,
your
I'm not gonna
side,
stop.
You
Drew.
are
It's
right
your
now
side that
spewing a
keeps
MAGA
saying.
talking point, Drew. You say you're not MAGA, but you hit every talking point.
See, this is. Let me show you, Drew. This is how they do this. This is
It's
part.
not a
This is
MAGA
what they
talking
do.
point.
Drew, let me explain what they just did to you. When you say everybody's saying legal theory, by the way, that is honestly a MAGA talking point. And if you leave like the
She said
right
it's
wing,
50 times just before.
hold on. If you
Police said it
leave,
50 times.
hold on,
Legal theory.
hold on. If you leave the pundits and you go look at what we just went over today, there's nothing theoretical about this. Whatever people say may or may not be true, but the fact is it's not a legal theory. This isn't a theory. This
Well,
is
it's two different definitions, Drew. You're using a MAGA talking point. When I use the words legal theory, I mean something different. You're trying to invalidate the case. Like it's two.
Explain to me what you mean when you say legal theory.
No, I'm just talking about how they're setting up the case. It has nothing to
No,
do
I'm saying
like
when you
you're
say legal
listen,
theory,
I'm
what do
not
you
I'm
mean?
gonna Drew, stop talking when I'm talking.
I'm not being
Drew,
confrontational. I
stop
want to
talking
know.
when I'm talking. I'm telling you, you're using theory like it's an idea that has no precedent. That I don't mean that at all. I told you this has been charged this way 10,000 plus times. We went over the New York statute. You think I'm saying a theory is something not proven. That's not what I mean, Drew. That's you are using a MAGA talking point. We are using it differently. I went through the statutes. Nothing about this is theoretical. There is precedent for it. We went through the cited precedents in the ruling.
I hate to feel like you guys are trying to gaslight, but I am because every single person everywhere that discusses this case, even even attorneys on here that are liberal, explain how this is a stretch in a lot
but
of different
no,
ways. And for you
Drew,
to say
what
that
we're
it's just
saying
clear cut now
no,
is
Drew, what
disingenuous.
that's not what's being said. We're saying that we're using the term legal theory differently. Like when most people, especially attorneys, are talking about legal theory, they're talking about jurisprudence, which is basically like what the law is and what it ought to be. That's part of the judge's job is to determine like to interpret the laws, right? Because they're not always clear cut. So when they're talking about a legal theory, they're talking about what exists in the law already, which is exactly what we covered here, all the different statutes that are violated, and then determining whether or not like those are violations of the law, because the law doesn't, like, everybody commits a crime a little bit differently, right? Not everybody goes step by step down like, this is
Right.
how I break the law. They do it differently. They may skip steps. So every one of these cases is different, and are different, and that's what jurisprudence is. So when they're talking about legal
Okay,
theory
never
or
mind the legal theory.
jurisprudence,
Forget
that's
it.
what they're saying. Yeah.
Okay. All
And
right. All right.
you're just
Fine.
saying like, oh, it's a theory. There's
Corrected.
no proof, and you guys are
I
just
stand
using
corrected.
a theory. So
I
that's
stand
the
corrected.
difference. But you listen when he talks, not when I talk. I just want to make that point.
I listen when you talk.
Drew, I just said
I
that.
do. I stand corrected.
You are
I was.
spewing MAGA
He stopped
talking
talking.
points
I
every
tried to
time you
talk,
come up
and we
here. So
both
wherever
spoke
you're
at the
getting
same
your
time.
information, it's from MAGA.
Well, then I guess CNN and MSNBC, because those legal analysts said from the beginning too. They said that this is the worst case of them all. I wish it wasn't the first one, and yada yada yada. And now they're changing their mind, maybe a little, but I mean, it's
You mean when they saw the
everybody that I'd ever
evidence?
heard from said that this is a
Because
stretch. It's
Alvin
going to be
Bragg hadn't
difficult.
laid out the case.
It's going to be
Drew, I
difficult
said this.
for him to
Drew,
win this case.
let me finish. I said this at the beginning. The reason they were saying that is because no one knew what the structure of the case was. He only, on the indictment, the only thing you can see are 34 counts of falsifying business records. None of these object offenses, right, that elevate these to felonies, which is a precedent that has been used over 10,000 times, as we heard, were listed at all. None of this was explained. So people are like, what that is this? We don't even know what the underlying object offenses are. And that's why people were saying that, because the other indictments told a story in chronological order, laid out the entire thing for you to read and see. This was more confusing, and people didn't understand it, Drew.
Okay, so I'm gonna quote you now from earlier. You said that yeah, it's more clear cut to you, but you know it may get shot down in appeal, right?
In
So if it
appellate
gets shot down
courts.
in appeal, what does
Yeah,
that
and
mean
that's not a
in appellate
quote
court?
from me. You
Right.
don't quote me, because you literally
That's what you
no.
said.
No, I didn't. I said in appellate
That's what you
court.
said.
I said in appellate court. You can't quote, you can paraphrase me, Drew. What you did, this is now we're going to learn
All
words.
right.
You paraphrased. You did not quote me. You don't ever quote
Okay.
people correctly, so I
All
would
right.
suggest you don't do it.
All right. So how about you just refresh my memory? What do you say?
No, yes, I laid out the case, and then I said, like you're saying, could this be challenged in appellate court, right? Are there high level, when you're in front of judges or justices and there's lawyers, that's a different ball game. But, right, and then you're going to challenge like the judge's rulings, right? So that's different. This
No, I still
judge
want you
has
to explain what you
ruled.
said.
Let me pull up the article again so we can go over it. This
And then
No, it
judge,
wasn't the article.
after you
said it on
explain it,
your own
I'll
about
explain it
appellate
so he
court.
hears it.
yeah, and then we'll have Jay explain it so you actually can hear it you can hear it, because you don't listen when I
I just want
talk.
to know why it could be overturned by appellate court. Why?
Well, she's
Open
pulling
and
that
shut
up,
the
but
way you guys are talking
No,
about it
I'm
now.
not going over that, Drew. You can read. I already went over that the other day. I cited the article from a Boston University law professor in the New York Times, and I
Calm
went
down.
over it, Drew. And you were in the
Okay.
comments saying things. And I know you were here because I remember that. I have a very good memory. What is so funny?
It's just funny because you get angry. You guys get angry when you guys get a little stumped.
do you think people are
You
stumped
said
right
clearly.
No,
You
the
clearly said
only
earlier.
person who is stumped is you.
You clearly said earlier, and I'm
Drew,
not going to quote you,
Drew,
but the gist of it was it could get
Drew,
passed. It could
do
get
I believe that
knocked
there's a
down in appellate court.
possibility in appellate, like, I believe there's a possibility in appellate court that you could challenge this case. I believe,
Why?
in my opinion, like we said, could there be one juror or two? There could always be just a hung jury, right? But as this case is laid out and how simple it's forming, and now that I understand how this is being laid out, and it makes sense to me as I read the transcripts. Yeah, I think if people just follow the jury instructions and go on the evidence that's presented, there's a high chance I think that there will be a conviction. It doesn't have to be, now remember this, people, this is learning time. It doesn't have to be on all 34 counts, right? These are separate. These are
Everyone's
34
separate, right?
felony counts. It doesn't have to be all. It could be a couple. It could be 14. We don't know. But do I think there's a high level chance that there's going to be a conviction here? Absolutely. But on appellate review, that could change. Now, I just cited, Drew. Now, let me explain to you why I'm frustrated with you. I cited an article from a Boston University law professor. That was just one way in which he was just saying, here's a way on appellate review it could be challenged. There are hundreds of other ways. He was just saying, here's one hypothetical way, in his opinion, as a Boston University law professor. But there's many ways. But what I'm saying is, I think the way this case is laying out, and now that I understand it, and there's 34 felonies, they don't have to convict on all, I think there's a high chance there's going to be a conviction, and then it will be reviewed. And that, I am not a lawyer. There will be high-level legal challenges that will be brought. You can read about them, Drew, if you would like. That's always an option. It is not my job to educate you for free, but I do it every day.
I'm
I'll
not
start
asking you to
donating.
educate me for free, but basically you're making it like it's open and shut, and now you're saying there's
Okay,
literally hundreds of different
did I
appellate
ever say this was an open
decisions
and shut
that
case?
could
As a
knock down
matter
the
of fact, I said there's a chance he will get off. All you need is one juror. No one knows. I want to say it again. No one knows what will happen. No one knows. And it could be a hung jury. He could completely get off. He could be found innocent. No
Drew,
one knows. Stop misquoting me, Drew. I didn't say that.
Drew, real quick, I just need to read a couple comments, and I'll let you respond. Tip top, I forgot to read this right when I did it. Please kick Ohad. He speaks hatred. I agree. Down with Ohad. Thank you, Tip top. Wasn't me. I'm sorry. Drew was neutered. Explains the giggle. They didn't like. I got to tell you, Drew. People did not like the giggling. They were not a fan of the giggling while Felice was talking. I just need to tell you that. All right, go ahead and respond.
I don't even know if I have a response to that. I don't remember now because I have a bad short-term memory.
Let me ask you this, Drew. So this before this case went to court, Donald Trump tried to get it thrown out for lack of standing. It was not thrown out, and in fact, it was. I think he might have used the words like wholly unconvincing. They decided the case had merit. They moved on. Then now the case has moved into court. They had the pre-court hearings, and you have the judge again hearing the argument that this should be thrown out, that it's not against the law, that it's not breaking the law, whatever they want to say. That was overruled. So all we've said is like you can appeal anything. Like there's always a chance something can be appealed. But so far, both judges who have heard the merits of this case have said there is sufficient evidence here to hold a case, to have a trial. That's so far what's been ruled on. And then if you look at like the breakdown today, again, this case revolves around, and this is where I need you to stay with me and try and answer this one. This case revolves entirely around the idea that Donald Trump kept this story out of the news to influence the election. Do you think it will be hard for the prosecution to prove that that's why he kept it out? Or even worse, actually, they don't even have to prove that that was the sole reason he kept it. They just have to prove that this was a conspiracy to keep this out of the public's eye. Do you think that will be hard for the prosecution to prove?
Well, when you changed it at the end where you said it doesn't have to be the sole
Well,
reason.
let me read what
Right.
it says. It says, notably in that ruling, Merchan clarified that 175-10 does, this is the quote, does not require that the other crime actually be committed. All that is required is that the defendant acted with a conscious aim and objective to commit that other crime.
Intent.
Yeah, so you don't even have to prove
A
that
conscious
the crime...
aim and objective to commit that other crime. Yep.
That's what I'm
Right,
saying.
in other
Like,
words, intent. Right? Am I
when
wrong?
you look at the Yeah, when you look at it that way, don't you think that, and I've changed my mind on this case. I actually did. I thought it was way more flaky, but you go through this and you see what the defense is, or the prosecution is hinging this entire case on, and I think that part of the case is the easiest part to prove. A guy already went to jail for it. The CFO and the attorney have spoken about it, that they were aware of it. Hope Hicks was aware of it. The AMI was aware of it. They've shared the communication and their conversations with Trump and Michael Cohen. Every person that's testified so far has backed up that claim that they didn't want this to get out in the media. So I think, just based on what I've seen so far, I haven't even seen an idea of what the defense is going to be here, because it's pretty clear that that's
Well,
why they kept it out of the news.
did you hear the testimony the other day, the cross-examination about the tapes that Michael Cohen had, and how they looked like, they sound like they were doctored, and the prosecution's expert witness was agreeing, saying, well, yeah, it could have been, and then the
Yeah, but when they were talking about doctored, they were
there was supposed
talking
to be
about
two
like
signatures
editing.
on evidence, and there wasn't.
No, stop.
Right.
Oh, you're
Yeah, see,
listen.
wait,
I
hold
actually
on.
He kind
have.
of he
No,
kind
I
of
can.
blew up.
That kind of proves my point, is that
Go ahead.
they're not even going after the charge. They're trying to get out of this on technicalities. Like, you're proving my point, Drew. They're not arguing that he didn't do this to try and subvert. What they're trying to get in those instances, it seems like they're trying to get a mistrial. It doesn't seem like they're defending the action. So is that what,
I think
like,
I think they were trying to say that Michael Cohen's information is could have been tampered with, because Michael
yeah, they're
Cohen
trying to
is a known
smear Michael
liar.
Cohen. Yeah, exactly. They're trying to smear witnesses
Smear him. You
because,
don't need to smear him.
sure they do.
You don't
Michael
need to smear
Cohen
him.
has everything he's
Drew, you
done.
have no.
testified
You
under
need to read the
Congress.
transcripts
Drew,
at trial, Drew. Everybody is smearing Michael Cohen, not just the defense, but the
I'm saying they don't
prosecution as
need
well.
to.
Stop talking while I'm talking. The prosecution as well is, I mean, the defense and the prosecution are both smearing Michael Cohen. The prosecution is smearing him because they don't want anything to be brought up by the defense that they don't always bring up first. Everyone is smearing Michael Cohen.
Okay.
And everything, Drew, that Michael Cohen has been accused of doing and caught doing wrong, he did to help this crime. Like, that's the thing. You can't discredit the guy for lying to protect Trump and then use that testimony as a way to say he's not credible. He lied to protect Donald Trump. He was in on it with Trump, and he lied, and he got caught, and he went to jail. And this is how stupid this MAGA movement has become. You guys are so desperate for Donald Trump not to be guilty that you're now smearing the guy he did the crime with, saying when he lied the first, you want what he said when he lied to be true. You all think that part's true. But now you're saying he lied about the stuff that you don't think is true. He got caught. That's why he had to admit he was lying. And all the stuff he was lying about now makes Trump look worse. I do not understand how you guys are so easily duped. Like, how? How did this happen? This guy did the crime with Donald Trump,
When
and
could
now
I
you're like,
talk?
we can't trust him because when he first got caught, he lied for Donald Trump. What? That makes no sense, Drew.
Michael Cohen potentially had 70 years he was looking at. Potentially 70 years of crimes that had nothing to do with this case. Had to do with his taxi medallion. Had to do with
No. See, that's a lie too. That's
tax
not
fraud
true. No,
and
it's not
bank
true. The
fraud.
taxi medallions were part
It
of
is
it.
true.
No, that was one of the charges. See, again, this is the fucking thing, Drew. I gotta
doesn't
tell you,
read?
man, you are completely programmed. You are, because every time
I'm
you
not
bring up
programmed.
the cases to defend Trump,
Yeah.
all you know about any of these cases is what right wingers say about them. That's the only thing
Did he
you
potentially
know.
have 70 years against them? Yes or no? Did he
He
potentially
probably
have
was.
70 years against them? Yes or no? It's a yes or no
Yes.
answer. Yes. Okay. And he got 3, right?
Yeah.
And he pled
Why?
to whatever they
Yeah,
wanted him
because
to
he
plead
pled guilty to
help
committing
this
a crime
case.
with the former president, and he was a cooperating witness. And when you cooperate with the
Oh my
federal
God.
government, then oftentimes you get less. Yes, Drew, but he still did the crime with
Have
Donald
you ever
Trump.
had to plead to a
That's the
lesser
part
crime?
you don't
Have
care
you ever had to
about.
plead to a lesser crime?
No, I've never.
Did you
No,
ever? Were you ever in the court system where you pled to a lesser crime?
no.
I have, and the
I
crime
don't
had nothing
care.
to do with the actual
It doesn't
initial
matter,
crime.
Drew. This is the thing. You're trying to discredit Cohen. Cohen committed these crimes with Donald Trump.
So if you're going
What
to
are you
All right.
trying
blame
to
Well, Michael
prove?
Cohen
Cohen,
also
in the
testified.
indictment it says individual one committed the crimes in concert with Michael Cohen. So if you're going to, now you're smearing Michael Cohen, smear his partner in crime, Donald Trump. When are we coming to that part?
Well, they haven't told him that part yet on the right. He's still waiting for his
Michael
to be
Cohen
delivered.
testified under Congress that he paid Karen McDougal without Trump's knowledge at all. At all. He testified under Congress.
I don't think he did testify under, but if he did get caught lying under oath to
He got caught
Congress.
lying under
But I
oath
don't
at
think it was
Congress, but
about
not
him
for that.
paying Karen McDougal like for himself, like by himself. I don't even think
Show
he
us
paid
the
Karen
clip, Drew.
McDougal.
Drew, congressional
paid-
hearings are recorded, so produce the clip so we know what you're talking about.
I'll do it.
But
Okay, great.
he only
No,
paid
I'm
Stormy
being
Daniels.
serious.
Actually, it's no. I'm going to do it right now.
But
I'll do it
Cohen
right now.
only paid
Yeah,
Stormy
tell me
Daniels.
where it is, and I'll look it up. Well, wait. We're not watching 20 minutes.
Actually, you know what you could do? No. You can go on my backup account, Drew 2.0, and I have Michael Cohen clip on there of him testifying under Congress
But
and all
what's
that.
the point? Wait, are you asking why he wasn't charged with perjury? Like, what are you at? Like, what is?
No, he was
I'm asking,
charged
like,
with perjury.
how
What
does
I'm
this
saying
go
is
into the argument?
What I'm saying is his story was, whether he was lying or not, we don't know, because he lied in front of Congress, and he told the truth eventually. I don't know. We don't even know. How could you even tell if somebody's telling the truth after lying 4 times? So
Yeah.
and it
Well,
becomes a star
okay, let's
witness.
follow your line of logic, Drew. Did you hear what you just said? Repeat those words. How do you know if someone's telling the truth after they've lied 4 times? How many times has Donald Trump lied? Under your logic, you should not
That's a
trust
pivot.
him,
That's a
and you
pivot.
should not vote for him. Nothing you ever
I'm
say
not voting for
makes sense. Nothing. You have never followed a clean line of logic in your life.
You're just
It
pivoting.
just snaps
No, you're
apart
pivoting.
because of the cognitive
We're
dissonance.
talking about the case.
Yeah,
No.
but you don't even have the facts of that
He
right.
said, "How do you trust someone after they lie 4 times?"
Well, look, I'm looking at what he pled guilty
Everyone
to.
up here has lied 4 times, Drew.
That's
like,
true.
stop.
I'm looking at what he pled guilty to when it came to lying in front of Congress. Do you know
Not
what
under
the
oath.
lie was? Do you know what the lie was, Drew? And this is another
I
thing
know a
that
bunch of them. There's a bunch of them.
Yeah, but do you know which one he testified or he pled guilty
He pled
to?
to?
Yeah.
It's a plea deal. Don't you understand how plea deals work?
Jesus Christ. No, what did he plead guilty to?
I don't know. Tell me.
Okay, he pled guilty to lying to Congress, and what he lied about was Donald Trump not doing business deals with the Russians while he was president. He still actively kept his business deals open with Russia while he was president. Again, a thing that you guys don't think happened, a thing that all of you don't think happened and has been proved time and time again. He didn't divest from his businesses like he promised. He was working with Russia while he was president. That's what Michael Cohen pled guilty to lying about, because he said that they stopped in 2016 and that was a lie. They stopped in 2018.
Give me a second. I'm going on my computer. I'm done with this shit.
Yeah. Did
Hold
you
on.
know that Donald Trump
Hold
was
on.
still working with the Russian government while he was president on a business deal? Did you know that?
Hold up a minute. Hold up.
just
That's
wondering if you knew
fine.
that.
All of Trump's lies are fine. Just that's okay. That doesn't count in Drew's cognitive
talking about it. We're talking
dissonance.
about
In
the case.
Drew's
We're not talking about
information
every other
silo,
lie in the world.
he doesn't hold anyone else accountable.
Right. And Trump, what Michael Cohen pled guilty to was a myriad of charges. One was lying to Congress. 2, like you said, involved his taxi businesses. He also pled guilty to bank fraud, which is this bank fraud that they're talking about in this case, and his campaign work for Trump, which included paying off the Stormy Daniels, and also the stuff in Russia and some of the other connections that he had with seedy people. See, but you have been told that the case against Michael Cohen was just about taxi medallions. Because why? That's what
No, I didn't say
that's
just
what the
about.
right has been told to believe. No, you said that specifically.
I didn't say
You
just
said he
about.
went to
I said that
jail
was
because
part
of
of it.
taxi medallions. That's what
No,
you
I said
said.
that was part of it. And he had
Why
to
is
be
that the only
pled
part you
down.
bring up? Why didn't you bring up the part where Donald Trump was working with Russia, or the part where
They didn't tell that.
Cohen
Drew's
pled
MAGA
guilty to
handlers
bank
didn't
fraud,
tell him that.
and that's this
I
case?
know the charges that he got.
Then why
Hold
didn't
on
you
a
bring
second.
Why
those
didn't
up?
you
Why'd
bring those up? He's
Because
asking you.
it didn't help my argument. Okay.
There we go. That's
Thank you,
that's the
Drew.
problem.
Now,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay.
You wanna
Sometimes
be right.
you make it like you guys don't. Well, I'll say that Felice doesn't do it as much as RTP, but for argument's sake, sometimes you're not gonna talk about everything to win your argument.
No, wrong.
You do that a lot.
When?
Hold on.
Well, I won't
Oh
even ask.
God!
No,
All
I
right.
don't do that. I try. I honestly, honest to God, like there may be times I don't know the whole story, but it's not because I didn't try and get the whole story.
Hold on.
The problem that you
I want to
see,
show
and
you.
this is an issue I have with, and I'll say this to my conservative friends.
I'll look and
My
try to find
three
it, too.
best friends, my three best friends, all believe what you believe, and not one of them have read shit, right? And when I, if we have a discussion, counter their arguments, they do the same thing you do. They're like, oh, we're all trying to win. You're doing the same thing I am. We're not, Drew. We're not equals here. I
Okay.
read.
Ready?
I read. You don't.
Yeah, I don't.
So
Okay, now I don't.
yeah.
Read.
So when
Hold on.
you're projecting what you do onto me, but dude, you would have no idea if I was ever doing that. You don't have enough information to get to a point where I've run out of information.
I call it out in the comments all the time, by the way.
I never see it, but Drew, you come up here and not once have you ever got the best of either
ready?
Felice or
You
I.
ready? You ready?
Yes, we've been
Hold on.
ready. What?
Okay.
Of tax evasion. There's one count of misrepresentation of documents to a bank. There's two counts, one dealing with campaign finance for Karen McDougal, one count of campaign finance violation for Stormy Daniels, as well as lying to Congress. Combined total of the crimes for which you were sentenced would bring a maximum of 70 years. Yes or no? Yes. Yet you're going to prison for 30 years. Yes or no? Yes. I expect to go back and ask for any sort of reduction in sentence. Yes. The way the Rule 35 motion works is what you're supposed to do is provide them with information that leads to ongoing investigations. I am in constant contact with the Southern District of New York regarding ongoing investigations.
District of New York, in their statement, their sentencing memo says this: Cohen's criminal violations in the federal election laws were also stirred, like others, crimes by his own ambition and greed. Cohen privately told friends, colleagues, and including seized text messages that he expected to be given a prominent role in the new administration. When that did not materialize, Cohen found a way to monetize his relationship and access with the president. So,
just it's 5 minutes. It's not a big deal.
We're not
No, we're not
watching
doing 5
5.
minutes.
Yeah, we're not.
Get
Are you
outta here.
crazy? We're
What was
not
the point?
watching anything for 5 minutes. We have the attention spans of
He
literal
lied to Congress through
oranges.
false statements and written statements.
Drew, turn
He
it
lied
off,
to
please.
Congress through his testimony.
Drew, please turn it off.
This is the best part.
By releasing
Turn it
We've
off.
seen this hearing. What is your point?
There you go. What's the point you're getting at, Drew?
You wanted proof that he
Of
said under testimony that he, on his own, without Donald Trump's knowledge, paid Karen McDougal on his own.
That's
without
not what he
his knowledge.
said. Wait, that's not what he
I
said.
have it
He
right
said
here. That's what I'm trying to
he's
say.
no. I can tell you word for word what he
I
said.
have it right
He said,
here. You
"I
play
pled
it.
to two." Hold on. I pled to 2 counts of campaign finance violations for Karen McDougal and 1 for Stormy Daniels.
Now they're going into his prior testimony.
That's
and
what
you
he
guys maybe
said.
shut it off.
Wait, but what does this have to do with anything?
Now, all right. Before you wanted me to bring it up, and now it doesn't have anything to do with anything.
No, you didn't. What you just said he didn't say. He did not say that he paid off Karen McDougal without Donald Trump knowing. Where
Can
did
I
you
show?
get that?
Can I show that part?
If you show that part. Yeah.
Let me
please.
find it first.
And let me
so
talk
you guys
about this.
Could get
Like,
that one little piece.
Again,
Hold on.
we don't have to show, right? Like, remember with the object, not crime, but object offenses, you don't have to show they committed a crime, right? Like, you just have to show the intent was there. And I think that's important. And I think that this is like a MAGA talking point. Like, I don't know about Karen McDougal. I haven't read all the transcripts, but I do know, like, the reason that the Stormy Daniels thing, like Michael Cohen ended up getting that loan and stuff. Like, I was reading the part of the transcript with Keith Davidson, where they're questioning Keith Davidson and he's talking about he was Stormy Daniels' lawyer, excuse me if I didn't say that earlier. He's Stormy Daniels' lawyer and he's keeping, like, they sent the signed contracts from their side for this catch and kill stuff. They sent the signed contracts and he talks about the David Dennison name, like how Trump was David Dennison. Keith Davidson goes through that David Dennison is a guy on his like junior high hockey team who's very pissed off at him now because everyone is using as mocking his name and using it forever because Keith Davidson decided to use his junior high hockey friend's name for Trump, and also because there's a D for a defendant or whatever. And then he talks about the side letter, how in the actual agreement they weren't going to use names, but in the side letter they had it, and Michael Cohen negotiated that he was the only one to keep the side letter. They talk about all these things, but the whole time all they're doing is asking Michael Cohen, where's the payment? Where's the payment? Why, why aren't you signing the documents? Where's the payment? And that's because Michael Cohen didn't have the authority, right, to do anything without Trump. Trump was the guy. Trump had to certify every transaction. So that's why after Trump was in like 4 states, I think the transcript says, in a few days, and Cohen couldn't connect with him, that he decided to get the HELOC loan.
Let's also point out that, what was it, Thursday? I think on Thursday, the prosecution played a tape of Michael Cohen explaining to Donald Trump that they were going to have to pay Karen McDougal. It's on tape. Like,
and Trump said, let's give her
it.
cash.
Yeah. Like, I don't know what your, even if you have that clip, which I don't think happened, but even if you do, we have now you're not going to trust the recording of Donald Trump and Michael Cohen here, of him telling him about it. It seems,
well, no, the recording was
Drew,
of Stormy Daniels.
No.
I thought.
No, it was about McDougal.
No, the one about pay him in cash is Stormy Daniels, I think. I can find the recording. I actually might have it saved.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah. I forgot that Pecker paid the McDougal story first.
The
right.
first one about the love child and the Karen McDougal, David Pecker, the National Enquirer, David Pecker is the bank, right? AMI was the bank for those payments. That's who financed them. That's why David Pecker and Michael Cohen were exchanging emails about the payments.
You ready, guys?
And that's
Listen
why,
closely.
Hold on one second. Hold on. And that's why the Karen McDougal charge, likely, now that I'm reading this, that's likely why the Karen McDougal accusations are not part of this lawsuit. And that probably falls into, over here on the far right, the AMI and Cohen.
It is.
That was a crime. That's the crime between those two. That's why it's not included in this. So
yeah, and
again,
but these underlying facts are allowed to be used to support 17-152.
But
that's
Drew,
why
just
they're
before
being
you play
entered.
that, I want to make sure, Drew, before you play, because I know you were looking, you understand that the prosecution has covered the call about Stormy Daniels, right? That Trump knew about that, and that this Karen McDougal payment is not part of this lawsuit, right? Or not lawsuit, this criminal case. You understand?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay, so what's the point of playing this clip?
Well, first of all,
you can play it, but I'm just you can play it. I'm just wondering.
First of all, I think the defense did a great job of discrediting that tape. I think it was Friday.
How?
Because they were talking about how it could have been doctored, how the chain of custody wasn't complete. There wasn't 2 signatures. There was a lot of things that they. I don't. Did you guys?
No. The 2 signatures was Stormy Daniels. You are so messed up, Drew. Read the actual transcripts.
Okay. He's talking about Stormy Daniels.
Okay, but when are we on Karen? I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about Karen McDougal. I thought we were about to play a tape of about Karen McDougal.
No, this isn't even Karen McDougal. This is somebody else. It just proves my point. And just
Okay,
listen.
no, hold on. You said that you had a
I
recording.
thought it was Karen McDougal.
Okay, so you were wrong. So for everyone here, after all of this, Drew's original claim is not correct. No, Drew, stop talking over me. Listen, even though I'm a woman, you can be quiet and listen. So Drew's original claim was that he had a recording of Michael Cohen saying he paid off Karen McDougal without Trump's knowledge, which couldn't be possible because that went through AMI as the bank. And that's what Drew said. And Drew is now admitting that he doesn't have that recording.
Let me know when you're ready.
That said, quote, I used my own personal funds to facilitate a payment of $130,000 to Ms. Stephanie Clifford, and neither the Trump organization nor the Trump campaign was party to
Stephanie Coger is Stormy Daniels, Drew. You just don't know what her real name is.
Or indirectly was the statement.
Wait, let's just go back again because you interrupted. All right, fine. I realize
Drew,
that
this
actually
is not the point that you think it is.
All right, let's be quiet, listen to it, and then we can discuss.
And you sent a statement to the reporters that said, quote, I used my own personal funds to facilitate a payment of $130,000 to Ms. Stephanie Clifford, and neither the Trump organization nor the Trump campaign was party to the transaction with Ms. Clifford, and neither reimbursed me for the payment either directly or indirectly. Was the statement false?
The statement is not false.
I interviewed Cohen in his office about the statement.
How is the statement not false?
Well, I don't know what he's saying. I don't know what he's saying there. He is saying, like, he says that they did know. They presented evidence that Trump did know. So I don't know. I don't know if he didn't understand the question there or if he's lying there. But there's evidence. He has admitted it. He went to jail for it. They have submitted evidence that Trump knew. Trump reimbursed him for this money. Like, it's very clear. And again, Trump's lawyers have not been able to attack that claim. Drew, I just want to point out again that what you're trying to do is you're trying to find technicalities on why Trump isn't going to be found guilty. You keep saying, like, I'm not a Trump guy or whatever, but, like, you're going out of your way to ignore reality and hope for these technicalities. Let's talk about the actual crime. He did it, right? Do you have any proof that Donald Trump didn't do this? Is there any evidence that's been presented that says he didn't do it?
All right, let me put it this way. I know that he paid back Michael Cohen for the NDA and to make sure that story didn't come out. Why and when and
while he was running a campaign in a federal election is the most important part of the whole thing.
Drew, if you were on the jury, you would be forced by that admission alone to say that Donald Trump is guilty. Just if you were a juror, again, that's what this hinges on. Did he do this in order to keep this information from the public during a campaign? Yes. That's the whole thing, Drew. Do you see how this case becomes a lot? No, that's the whole thing, though.
Guys, tap the screen. If you have a message for Drew, please donate. We will read aloud whatever you say as long as you do not get us banned. Thanks, Drew. Sorry.
Let me read a couple real quick. Hold on, Drew. Hold on, Drew. Drew, I pay the bills before you. A lot of these are probably going to be directed at you. Trump called. Drew needs to get back in his pocket. That's pretty good, actually. That wasn't me. Also, Drew talks over Felice. It's a gherkin thing.
Yeah, I'm a misogynist, of course.
Well, look, I'm just like as somebody who likes to hear myself speak and who speaks often and is accused of cutting people off. I will say this: you are far more likely to let me complete a sentence than Felice. Like, that's just true. I don't think there's been a single time yet that she's talked that you haven't cut her off. I don't think there's been a single time like it. If we went back and watched this, I don't think there has been one single time she finished a thought without you cutting her off.
Could you not get insulted when I tell you the answer of why that happens? RTP.
Do whatever you
want. I take what Felice says as a higher than what you say.
So why do you cut her off?
So I'll let you talk, but I'm really not paying attention all that much to you. I pay more attention to Felice. So
the
when
way
I'm having
to tell
these
if you're paying
conversations,
attention
mostly
is
having a conversation with Felice.
So the way that you pay attention to somebody is by not letting them finish their thought. That's how you show.
Well, I'm just thinking. I'm thinking about what I'm going to say.
You're backdooring this. Listen. I'm not calling you a purposeful misogynist. I'm saying it might be just something to look at your actions, look at what you do, and just maybe recognize that it comes off as misogynist. Even if you're not, it comes off that way.
Okay.
There was one more. This is from Will. This discussion about what Cohen pled guilty to and persuading people to actually read. Wait. This discussion about what Cohen pled guilty to and persuading people to actually read Project 2025 and Agenda 47 has been the pinnacle talking points I've seen so far. And there was one more that just came in. Give me one sec.
Thank you.
From Amber, Drew doesn't let women finish. I'm sure he's single. Is that true? Are you single, Drew?
No, it's not true.
Okay. Well, there you go. All right,
Oh,
go
we
ahead, guys.
want to meet your girlfriend. Can we interview your girlfriend one night?
Girlfriend.
Or boyfriend. Or boyfriend.
That's true.
Yeah, why do you
Police.
assume that I have a girlfriend?
That's wrong
Wow.
of me. Do you? Well,
Honestly.
mainly because of some of the conversations we've had.
Okay, good point.
I mean, just from some conversations.
Good point. You win.
Your
You win.
general homophobia, yeah.
You win. I'm not going to argue that. Look, all I'm saying is, from my side of the street, it seems like they're doing everything they can during an election cycle to put together cases to get Trump, and that's just the way it feels. And like, I know you guys say
Wait,
feelings
hold
to get
on.
feelings,
But
I'm
Drew,
saying
remember, Drew's
most
the guy
people-
that will admit that he knows that these are crimes. So he knows at
I'm
the
saying
same
they're crimes.
time
I'm
he
not saying
knows
they're
these are
not.
crimes. He
I
says
just want to
that.
I just want to point out, Drew, that what you want us to see is that people are using lawful means to try and interfere in an election, is what you're saying, but they haven't broken any laws. And there's a case about a guy who did break the laws to interfere with an election. And what you want everybody to notice is that the Biden team, now, even if you think that that's what they're doing, fine, they've done it the legal way. They've got grand juries, they've submitted evidence, they've went through every legal process that they are required to in order to bring these charges. They've done it all legally. So even if they turn out to be wrong, everything they did was legal. And you want us to remember that when we're talking about a case of a guy who illegally
They're bumping up the charges
interfered
to felonies. They're
illegally.
misdemeanors.
No, don't see this.
Now
is
I'm
the part,
gonna cut
Drew.
you off.
Wait, be quiet. He illegally interfered with an election. You said at the beginning of your sentence, from my side of the street. Yeah, Drew, we
Right.
know. You keep pretending you're not MAGA, but you're so desperate for MAGA to be right. And I think I know why. I think it's because being
I'll
MAGA
tell
is
you
kind
why.
of
I'm
fun.
not even.
When you're MAGA, you still get to be like a little bit of a bigot. You still get to make off-color
God.
jokes. You
really
still
go
get to
there?
have a
You
little
really
bit of
gonna go there?
misogyny,
It's so cheap.
and it's
That's such a
okay. And I
cheap
think that you're a little
argument.
bit
It's
afraid
such
of
a
the world
really
changing, where
cheap
you're
way
not allowed to
try to win an
be
argument.
the
is
guy
to
that
start
you think.
throwing in
No, this
slurs
is
like
just
that.
a
It's really
guess, Drew.
ridiculous.
You
It's
can,
dumb.
Drew, you can
It's a
correct me
dumb
if I'm
argument.
wrong. No,
Yeah,
it's
no,
not.
you're wrong.
I think I've nailed it.
It
to
is
be
because you guys
honest.
do it every single time to everybody.
Okay, Drew.
I guess
Don't
everybody.
say
Notice
you
when you-
guys.
Everybody's
I'm so
bigot.
nice
Everybody's
to
bigot.
people.
Drew, I do think no. I
Everybody's
don't think
bigot.
everybody's a bigot, but I think you are.
It gets there almost every conversation with
Well,
everybody you have on there.
unfortunately, yeah,
Eventually,
when you
everybody becomes a bigot.
Drew, we speak
Yeah, Drew,
to
because
opposition.
when you spend your day talking a lot about Donald Trump, you know who comes up? The people who defend him. You know what they
What
largely are?
percentage
Bigots.
of MAGA you think are bigots?
100% of MAGA.
You guys are crazy.
How can
That's
you support a
crazy
Muslim?
talk.
You can
That's
support a
crazy
Muslim
talk.
ban. You can support the attacks on LGBTQ people. You can talk about rounding up immigrants and deporting 11 million of them to Mexico, which they don't even come from. Yeah, like
When
if
have I
you're
ever agreed
MAGA,
to any
you're
of
a
those
bigot.
things?
100%
When did I
of
ever agree to any
no
of those things you just mentioned?
100% of MAGA is bigotry, and if like it's part of the platform. Part of being MAGA is accepting a certain amount of bigotry.
And part of being a liberal is accepting a certain amount of Marxism
Obstinate
and
or
communism.
unreasonable
Right?
or obstinate
try,
or
Drew.
unreasonable
It's
attachment
100%.
to a belief. Do you understand? Wait, I want to explain this to you because I don't think you know what
Does
it
that make
means.
every liberal a Marxist communist? No.
Drew,
No, it makes all Marxist
Drew,
communists
listen to
Marxist
me.
communists.
Obstinate or unreasonable attachment to a belief, opinion, or faction in particular. Prejudice against a person or people on the basis of their membership of a particular group. So does that?
Yeah, you guys are racist against MAGA.
No, that's
Straight
the
up.
definition
not
of
a race.
bigotry. Yeah, that's.
I'm
By the
playing.
way,
I'm making a joke.
Drew, I have
Sometimes I joke.
Drew, I have a question about that though, real quick, because I said
ahead.
100% of MAGA is bigots. You said 100% of the left is Marxist communists. Even if that were true, Who's being harmed in communism?
Well, I think a lot of people don't believe in that
I know, but who
ideology.
would be harmed? Because you're comparing it to bigotry, which I think
Who
is
would
a
be
pretty
harmed?
serious
People that are
accusation.
doing well in the
What do you
the
think is
capitalist system. That's who
okay?
would
So
be harmed.
what do you think is worse, bigotry or communism?
I think they're equally bad if you
Yeah,
go through history.
yeah. I don't think you know what you're
Then
talking
okay,
about.
and what you just said
Communism,
is
as far as we
bigotry.
know it,
That's bigotry right there.
as
The
far as
fact
we
that
know
you
it,
think an economic system
how many
is as
people under
bad
Mao
as
died?
discrimination
How many
is the
people?
problem.
Drew, let me do this very simply for you. When you want to
As
compare,
we know
hold on, I'll
communism,
answer your question. I heard your
Can I
question,
just
Drew.
finish?
I
Can I
heard,
just finish? Because
I heard
I
your
know what you're
question.
going to
You
say.
asked
I
me
already know
how
what you're
many
going to say.
people.
That
Drew, you said how many
communism
people
isn't
died
what
under
we.
Mao. Let me answer your question, please.
Go ahead.
Mao was not a communist. There has never been a communist country, and there's never been one because there can't be one. Because in order for communism to exist, there can be no state, there can be no class system, and there can be no currency. So when
I
you
knew you were going
say
to say
things
this.
like that, it comes off like you've been conditioned to say Marxism bad. And when I asked you about it, what was bad about it, you brought up something unrelated to communism, which again, Drew, I hope this conversation today has shown you how easily you are programmed, because I don't think you know what communism is, but you sure hate it. You
No,
sure
no.
do hate it.
Communism in history, from what we've been learned, that
Been learned.
communism is
Drew,
what we've been
listen,
taught. I apologize. What we've been
well,
taught.
I don't care what you've been
Hold on.
taught. I care about what
Look,
is.
I understand that what communism in theory is, but that's not
Okay,
what we've ever seen before. That's something we'll never see ever because it's a
correct.
pie
I
in the
agree
sky
with you,
idea.
because nobody's going to
No, it's
abolish the
not. And
government.
It's a complete
there are
pie in the
people
sky
living
idea.
in communal societies, Drew.
In very small groups. If you do it on a major scale, it never
Sure.
happened. Never happened.
Look, Drew, I agree with
Impossible.
that. I don't think communism could work in the United States on this scale. Like there's always
Can
going
work
to be
anywhere.
people who want to take advantage of others and accrue more
Right.
wealth. Like that will always happen. I agree with you, but it's still the ideas, the tenets of communism are good. They are all good things.
I'll throw you guys a bone.
Things that we would probably all likely agree
I'll
on
throw
had
you
we
guys a
crashed
bone.
on I'm not done, crashed on an island together. But again, I just want to point out that you were
Three of
comparing
us on an
communism
island.
to
Terrifying.
bigotry. You were saying, "Oh, yeah, we're bigots, but that's okay because you're communists."
Never said that. Never said that.
Well, Drew, I don't
I never
listen.
said that.
Everybody
You're
has a
saying I
little.
said that, but that doesn't mean that's
Drew,
what I
look,
said.
everybody has some bigotry in them. It comes out in all of us, including you, and you should just be able to recognize that. And once you're able to
I can't
recognize
believe we're
that
talking
in
about my
yourself,
bigotry.
you're going to
Jesus
recognize
Christ.
how people try and condition you based on what you're bigoted about. Then people use that, the stuff
Tell
that
me what I'm
you
bigoted
are
about.
afraid of the
You're very
most,
insightful. You have a
to
lot of
condition
insight
you.
on me and my.
Well, can I say something? I want to
Yes, go
say
ahead,
something
Tom.
about it. So I have bigotry inside me, like, right?
Mm-hmm.
Unless we're all actively, like, I'm deconstructing it, right? It's
Mm-hmm.
my job to say I grew up in a racist system, a racist society, a misogynist society. I am guilty. I have propped up the misogyny in corporate America. I had to recognize within myself, take responsibility for it, and deconstruct it. Like I have bigotry in me. I'm actively working to deconstruct. We all do. So if someone ever calls you a bigot or a racist, like don't have the answer is not no. I'm not I'm not a racist. Like the answer is like we all have it inside us, and unless we're actively working to deconstruct it, then we fall back into it. Like that's all it is, Drew. It doesn't
Okay.
have to have such negative connotations. I just
Fair
want to
enough. So,
explain that.
without it being negative, RTP, what are some of the bigoted things that you have to work on? You said everybody has to work on them. What are you working on?
Yeah, like there's a certain amount of, let's just say, like transphobia, like that, like just not understanding how somebody else exists, understanding like certain situations that I may support that don't harm me at all, but they might harm some community that's more marginalized. Words that I say, coming off. I mean, people correct me in my Discord all the time. I'll be occasionally accused of being ageist or ableist or whatever, and it's important in those times, like. I mean, if you were in our Discord, you'd see it's happened before. And it's important in those times, just when somebody points it out, to recognize it and then do your best not to hold that up. The thing with bigotry is like, and when I say things about you, Drew, I promise I'm projecting like the version of me that used to be. I was really, really afraid of what would happen if I became a liberal. I thought I wouldn't be able to laugh at things anymore, or like nothing would be funny, or I would be too serious all the time. And for those in my circle of influence, they do think that. But it's just because I met people. I met people and I understood the impact some jokes or some stereotypes have on others. And once you've seen that, and once somebody's brought it to your attention, when you hear things that are bigoted, like it doesn't make you feel good. It makes you feel uncomfortable, and that's a good thing. Like you should. Everybody's so afraid, and this is a conservative value. We're always afraid of the change, but the world has always changed. People have always evolved. Comedy has evolved. Like Jerry Seinfeld's out there right now complaining about how comedy is too woke. No, it's just that people don't think he's as funny anymore. Like we've heard his stuff. Some of the stuff's outdated, and
Bill
people don't
Maher,
think. Yeah, people. Bill Maher, same thing. People don't think they're funny anymore, and they blame
Dave Chappelle,
society. But the reality is that like they're not
Sebastian
evolving with
Maniscalco.
society. Yeah, sure. Dave Chappelle's got some pushback. Joe Rogan. There's a lot of them. But that's the
How
point,
about all
right?
of them?
Like that's always happened throughout time. And you know who's always in this country been the people that were the most afraid of being canceled?
No,
Like privileged white guys, almost every time.
Dave Chappelle's not a privileged white guy.
No, I said almost every time.
Oh, all right.
But Dave Chappelle also is filthy rich. There's also another class of people who tends to look down on everybody and gets disconnected from reality. Like I saw a clip from Joe Rogan the other day that was like, if I wanted to tear apart this country, here's what I would do. And he just listed off a bunch of shit that he complains about every day. I'd make sure that people didn't know what a man and a woman was. And I'd introduce a virus and make everybody get vaccinated, right? He just said out loud his thoughts. Those were the things that worked on him. Like he's not even actualizing that this division that he didn't used to have. Now he's naming all these things, and instead of recognizing that maybe he got played, what he's doing is he's blaming he has this conspiracy theory of these people on the left like trying to divide our country and tear it apart, and they're choosing to do so on these bigoted lines. He just isn't willing to admit to himself, I'm bigoted about this. And that's the hard, and I swear to God, that's the hard part. I'll be extremely vulnerable here. I've thought about this a million times. I'm not on dating apps. I have before, I might be again. But there's a part of me that would say like, it says like who you're interested in, right? I'm always just going to put woman, and that's fine. I'm not judging anybody who does, but have I ever been brave enough myself to venture out to say like maybe I'll date a trans person, maybe I'll date a man? No, I haven't. I have relatives who recently came out as bi, and that's kind of like their thought process. They just were like, hey, you know what? Like, how do I know? How do I know? Like, I haven't even let myself think that I might be attracted to somebody else. That's internalized bigotry. It's there. We all
No,
have it. Drew, I'm sure.
I
I'm
think
sure you would get mad if you went on a date with a woman and at the end you hit it off, and then she was like, "By the way, I'm trans." I think that would upset you. And what we need to recognize is that us being upset is a reaction to something that we fear, not a reaction to something that should actually upset us. Right? We're afraid of that, and what that might mean for us or our reputation. And I'm saying we all have that stuff. It's just the difference is to me, the people on the right want to uphold that, and they want to keep the line drawn where it is, and the left says, hey, let's keep moving the line. Like there's no equality until everybody has equality.
well, I may have mentioned this before, but I'm part of a organization, so where every walk of life, is presented in this organization. Every single walk of life, and I'm friendly and friends with most of them. I don't have any, and just if I'm not, it's not has nothing to do with any of these things that we're bringing up. No, we may just not hit it off just personally. I in no way have any problem with anybody, whoever they like, and whoever they're attracted to. But to say that, just to say like, I believe this. I believe if people are born G. All right, I don't know if I think you're not allowed to say that word.
Say gay.
people are born G, people are born L, people are born these things, or
Sure.
whatever. In early development, it becomes whatever it is. It's not your choice. And I think as a heterosexual, it's not your choice either. I don't think
Yeah,
there's
but
bigotry within there. I think it's just just the way that the way that your brain
no, Drew,
works.
I agree with that. But Drew, here's the part that we forget is that like we also have to factor in social conditioning. You have to factor that in. How many people do you know that didn't come out until much later in their life
Yeah,
because
like later in life
they
lesbians. That's literally a
yeah.
category on TikTok because if you read the Master Lesbian Doc, that's the point that women are conditioned in patriarchal society to be straight. We are told this is the role you play. You marry a husband, a princess looking for a prince. So many women never examine what their actual sexuality is.
Well, I don't think it's just patriarchal. I think it's and again, don't jump on my don't let me finish my point before you jump excuse me, jump all over. A woman has reproductive organs to have them reproduce. So if you're an L, you're unable you're not doing that in the typical way based on your sexual preference. So I think that might be also
But
something that
yeah,
holds them
Drew,
back.
Drew, what you're explaining right now
But that's not
is a
patriarchal.
wait, hold on, Drew, hold on. Let me explain why it is. Because what you're explaining right now, what you're saying right now is because a woman's body can function in a certain way, that therefore is what she must do, right?
No, no, I'm saying that that
No,
might
it
be a
is. Drew,
holdup.
wait,
I'm saying that
hold
might
on,
be a
Drew.
holdup to these
Drew,
people. That's
hold
all I'm
on.
saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm
If you have a
saying.
message for Drew, please
That is a
donate. We will read
social
it to him.
construct that we created. We created that social construct that's what women do. Like I would highly recommend reading the book Sapiens, and it shows how humans evolved, and it shows that like first of all, it's doubtful that monogamy is what humans were initially how we reacted to things. I don't know if I believe in wiring. Like we evolve and we're all conditioned by what happens with society, but generally speaking, like early on men and that's why men sometimes were called studs when they got around. Early on men were just studs. They were there to impregnate the women, and then they went out and they did their roles in the society, and the community just parented everybody together. You didn't have people coupling up. There were entire societies that operated like that. But somewhere along the way, we decided like monogamy is a thing, families are a thing. We're going to build our own little families, our own little colonies, whatever it might be, and then we socially became conditioned because in most of those places, women couldn't own land. Women, a lot of times, women couldn't read. Women certainly didn't work. Their role was to stay at home, and for centuries, that's how it was. That type of social programming takes some undoing, and we're at a place now, nearly with science, that you don't necessarily need a man and a woman to be married or be in a relationship or be attracted to each other to have a baby. You don't even have to have sex with each other in order to have a baby. So science has moved us past our societal constraints, and now there's other ways. But what we have trouble with is there's so many people that believe because things were the way that they were, that's how they must always be. That's never been the case on this planet. We've always been
But that's not
evolving.
what I was trying to get at all. And I agree with just about 100% what you just said. But what I was trying to say is I think that's an internal thing sometimes that especially with women that they have this reproductive thing, and and most other women in society are reproducing and having these kids it makes it's an internal thing. I think it's more, I think not only I think these outside factors definitely play a role, but I think that might play a role too. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's definite. I'm saying it's just a theory of mine
Drew,
that
is a
might play a
woman who
role.
doesn't want, I do not want children. I will not be having children because of epigenetics.
It's
Do
been done to death.
you do you, what does that mean for me? Am I a woman? Like, what are you
But that's
saying,
not what I'm
Drew?
saying. But that's not what
What
I'm
is your
saying.
point? But I'm
My
saying,
point
I'm
was
trying to
you.
tell you, a woman who wants a baby, that doesn't equal a husband,
I was
right?
actually trying to have a
You
conversation,
can
not have
want
an
to have a
argument.
baby. That doesn't mean you necessarily want a husband. That doesn't mean that that makes you straight.
This is all I was trying to say. I was trying to say that women that come out later, like you mentioned, the
Later
lesbian
in
women that
life,
come out
lesbians,
later
yeah.
in life, that I think there's plenty of factors that may come into them waiting so long and coming out for so long. And I don't think it's just this patriarchal thing. I think there's things that they may feel internally like they're for whatever reason they're women, they're supposed to reproduce, they're supposed to be a man and a woman, and maybe those are things that they battle within themselves first before they come out. That's all I'm saying. I'm not
No,
saying, and
Drew,
I'm saying
but
they
that
should
is
come out
because of the
early.
patriarchy. Let me explain something to you. I moved to Idaho to play Division 1 volleyball. I was very well liked for a long time. Everyone, Mormons, I had a lot of Mormon friends, I had Mormon roommates. All of that stuff was true. Like normal society, articles written about me in the newspaper regularly. And then what happened was I got a girlfriend and everything changed. Men looked at me different. And I'm not even talking about men from Idaho. I'm talking about my other athletes, like my friends that I lived in the dorms with, that I knew very well. The minute that I had a girlfriend and was no longer straight, was no longer attracted to the patriarchy, the way I was treated, it was like I didn't exist, or I was actually treated badly.
Well, that
Drew,
goes to the theory.
you don't understand, Drew. You need to listen to people's experiences. You need to talk to
I
lesbians
listen
and
in that
understand
group
what's going on and
in
how
that group
people
that
are
I'm
being
in,
conditioned, Drew,
in that group that
because
I'm in,
you
I
will
hear
never be the
constantly, they
victim of
constantly explaining
discrimination by the
themselves.
patriarchy. Instead of screaming and crying and saying it doesn't exist, you need to
I'm
educate
not saying
yourself.
it doesn't exist. I'm saying it's not the only factor. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying it's
Drew,
not the
Drew,
only factor. That's all
Drew,
I'm saying. I'm not
why,
saying it doesn't exist.
Drew,
Jesus. Why are you
Drew?
putting words in my mouth? I never said that.
Well,
Never, ever
because
once.
Drew, because she
I said
keeps
it's not the only
Drew,
reason, is all I was getting at.
you're hysterical, Drew. Calm
I'm
down.
not hysterical. You guys are putting words in my mouth. It's
No, no, no.
ridiculous.
The reason people think that is because we understand that you think there's other factors, and Felice is trying to explain to you that those other factors are because of the patriarchy. It's like you've put a limit. Like some things can be the patriarchy, and then you listed all of these other things that exist because of the patriarchy. She's just trying to help you understand it, and you're getting upset. You can't. Here's the thing, Drew. Like the patriarchy exists. It needs to be dismantled. It is the reason why people are oppressed. It is.
Okay.
It just is. And so
I
what we need to
where I
do is
am.
Drew.
Let
So
me
what we
finish
need
for
to
a second.
Drew. So I was talking. You no, not you finish. So what we need to do as men is recognize when there is something that is a pillar of the patriarchy. We need to tear that down, not uphold it. And you keep Felice keeps correctly showing you things that are because of the patriarchy, and you keep coming back to, I didn't say it was all patriarchy. That's not what she's saying. She's saying that the other reasons that you keep presenting are also part of a patriarchal society. She's educating you for free, but when she talks, it seems like you don't listen.
Okay. All right. I'm going to open up a little bit more than I plan to. But I'm in an anonymous program. It's a huge program, huge. I speak with, and we have open conversations and share on our deepest darkest secrets with hundreds of people where I live, of all walks of life. And I'm only reiterating what I've heard from other women in that exact situation.
Again,
Thank you.
Drew, nobody's arguing that. We're saying that the instances that you're bringing up are caused by a patriarchal society. We're not saying that those women didn't say that. We're not saying that that's not what happened. We're saying that that's also part of the patriarchy. That's also
But you're
why
trying to
those things
totally
happened.
tell.
And you're trying to take those out. Dude, virtually everything we have in society, basically all of our societal norms uh are because of the patriarchy. Why? Because that's who's been in charge.
The patriarchy in concert with white supremacy, right? Two sides of the same coin. That's what our systems, our systemic society has been built on in Western civilization. White supremacy and the patriarchy.
Okay. All right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. I understand. Look. It always goes. It can't just be on its face. It has to be part of the patriarchy. It has to be bigotry. It has to be racism. There can't
Drew,
be
who
any
was
any
recognized in
other
the
reasons why.
Constitution, Drew? White, male, landowners,
I'm not
right?
saying that there isn't that the patriarchy hasn't been a problem throughout the years for women's rights. I agree with
In
you
concert
1,000%
with
on
white supremacy, white, male, landowners.
that. Okay. So I should hate myself? What am I?
No,
What should I do?
Drew, look,
No,
I don't
stop,
hate
Drew.
myself.
Listen,
I'm leaving a bad team.
deconstructing is uncomfortable. You feel uncomfortable right now. You're supposed to. I feel uncomfortable all the time. I've been canceled by the left more times than the right for saying the wrong thing, for being defensive, for not listening. It's happened to me. That is the process of deconstructing. You will be uncomfortable. That's how you know it's working.
And eventually, like that uncomfortability, like you get comfortable and confident with it, and it allows you to exist in a society where you don't think less of others. Like, and that's a work. Like it's hard for me, but it allows
But
you a
I
different
recognize
perspective.
the
Drew,
patriarchy.
Drew,
I
Drew,
recognize systemic
Drew,
racism. I
Drew,
recognize all
Drew,
these things.
Drew. I wasn't done. Okay. The point is,
Okay.
Drew, is that you recognize that they exist, but a lot of times things come up that you don't recognize are byproducts of white supremacy and the patriarchy. And it's not a bad thing to look at the way that you react to things and say, where is this coming from? Like, why do I feel this way? And I think a lot of times, at least for me, I would stop at, I feel this way, therefore it is valid. And I don't always take time to say, why do I feel this way? But that's important. And if you can learn to be honest with yourself about why you feel certain ways, that's when you move to the left. That's honestly, like, well, they can make fun of it all they want, but that's woke. Like, woke is being able to look at yourself and be like, shit, yeah, I see where that comes from. And that's part of deconstruction. And it's hard, like Felice said at first, it's very hard. But if you always keep that open mind that, you know what, like I went from being extremely racist, misogynistic, homophobic, to where I am now, which is somewhere further down the line. I don't look back at the version I was and say like, oh, that I should have stayed there. The work wasn't worth it. I'm much happier now. I care a lot more about myself now, which ironically happens. But that's all we're saying, Drew, is when people point out bigotry and the patriarchy, I'm telling you that most of the time it's just explaining why a system exists, and it's usually arguing with somebody who has big feelings, but they can't explain like they don't seem to have a great reason for their big feelings. That's when you know it's probably something internal. It's some sort of bigotry that you have inside of you, which again, we all have.
Now, you don't think that it might be a little bit of a stretch in a conversation on TikTok with two people that I interrupted Felice, and I interrupt you, but it's always just focused on when I interrupt Felice to make me a misogynist or part of the patriarchy or anything. You think that's a little too little information to make that determination? Maybe.
I think what I think is that you don't recognize the difference in how you communicate with me and Felice. Like honestly, Drew,
I
not,
interrupt you, and you know what you do? You yell back
I,
harder.
I'm
And
telling
that's
you.
the reason why I interrupt you less.
There we
That's
go.
the bottom
Yeah,
line of it.
I'm
You're
telling
more
you that
aggressive. That's the only reason why.
tone, your dismissiveness, it's different. And if you don't believe me, you can
I'm
go
explaining
watch
it,
these
and it's
and
like you just
watch.
don't want to
Okay.
hear it.
Yeah.
Drew, it's the defensiveness. When someone calls you a
Oh, the
bigot or a
defensiveness. Okay.
racist or what a misogynist, you don't start screaming and hyperventilating and saying, "Why are you saying that?" You just say, "Hey, we've all got bias, right? Unconscious bias inside us. And yes,
Please.
I'm working to deconstruct mine and I'm opening to listen why you feel that way." That's the
Are you a
answer,
racist?
Drew. You don't.
Please.
Yeah, I have unconscious bias inside me that I'm actively working to dismantle every day, Drew. Yes.
Okay. All right. So then, when you guys talk about somebody else showing their racism, what are you actually saying? Like you're
This
saying
is
you're saying I'm a
we
misogynist because I cut you off, right?
Yeah, you
look, Drew,
just did cut me off.
And I cut him off 10 times before.
no,
What does that make me?
no,
What does that make
we
me, a
hold each
homophobe?
other. No, Drew, we hold each other accountable. Like I said, like in my Discord, in our community, in our chat, we want people to feel like, I mean, we've got a mic in front of our face 3.5 hours a day. There's going to be times when we say things that weren't well thought out, that had unintended consequences, and we rely on our community to check us there. And we don't get mad when it happens. That's the difference. Like I know it's easy to feel attacked because that accusation of bigotry or patriarchy, like that's a tough accusation. But if you
Especially if you
handle it,
don't feel like you
but if
have
you
it.
handle it correctly, if you handle it and thank the person for the information, internalize that and think about it, then you're going to be more well received than if you just think every time somebody points out one of your flaws, you talk about, oh, that's what you guys always say. Address it first. If you hear what they say and you address it internally, great. That's the point.
Okay. So do you guys think that you might sometimes jump the gun in labeling people a misogynist or a racist or a homophobe or a transphobe? Or anything? Do you think that you might just possibly just jump the gun with that sometimes?
No.
You think it's possible? No?
No, because there's not
It's
another because
impossible. Wow.
no, no, Drew, I don't.
Wow.
Just because of my understanding of what those things are.
That's
I
why some
recognize that
people
I
will never
recognize that
move to the left.
every no, I
Never.
recognize that everybody has it. Like everybody has bigotry, everybody has bias. I recognize that. I view it as more like the same way you would view if you wanted your arms to get bigger. Like your arm, you can't just be like, "Oh, my arms will never be bigger." You got to work on it, right? And going to the gym, that might be a thing that you find enjoyment in. I now do enjoy when I find, like, when I can have conversations with myself and I can find the stuff that might be holding me back. It's very freeing, to be honest. It is very, very freeing when you say to yourself, all right, here's a problem here. Like, here's some bigotry I've exposed. And then you say, I'm gonna do whatever I can to fix this. I'm gonna make a conscious effort not to be this person. And it changes over time. I think the main difference is just the reaction to somebody pointing out bigotry.
Okay.
I think if
All
your
right.
reaction
So
is
so
to
in
argue,
these
yeah.
lives that we have these conversations, anybody who's cutting off a woman is a patriarch or is a
Drew, it's
misogynist.
your defensiveness. It's that you're trying to prove a point that no one is trying to. Of
I'm
course
not trying to
not,
prove a
Drew.
point. I'm trying to
Of
say that
course not.
you
But you
guys.
missed the entire point. Like, you can either learn and
I'm not missing
grow
the
and
point. I
stop
see the
being
point.
defensive, or you can keep doing this. Like, that's the point. Stop being defensive. Drew, I like you. I think you're a good person. I think the person you're going to be in a year from now will be completely different. I look forward to meeting that guy too. But I like you right now, like, I validate myself now, but I'm also validating that I look forward to changing like in the future. No, just you don't have to be defensive. Like, you're a good person. I enjoy when you come up here. Like, it's okay.
What
I
I'm
need to
saying
read.
is,
Hold
do you
on,
guys
Drew.
see that?
Hold on, Drew. Drew, I need to
Go
read some
ahead.
comments. Sorry, and then you can go. From Armando. Hold on, Jay's switch hitting. Move over, ladies. I didn't say that. I did not say that.
I was being sarcastic when
Wasn't
I
me.
said.
Says I think I dated Drew right before I dated women. That's pretty good. Law of the Wild says, Felice, you're trapped on an island. Bear or Drew?
You guys, I don't think Drew's a bad person. I don't think Drew's a bad person. I just want to say that. I think he's very defensive because it's hard to deconstruct.
I
And
think you
then
But
guys.
I choose the bear. I haven't had sex in over a year because I don't trust anyone, especially not in this current climate. So
Yeah.
I actively choose the bear.
Last one,
Who's the
and then
bear?
last one, Drew, and then you can go. Drew doesn't understand the difference between dictatorship and monarchies and communism. I agree with that. Go ahead, Drew.
All I'm saying is, I think you guys are very quick to pigeonhole people, and it separates us. As opposed to having conversations like this, instantly calling somebody out for being, for being a misogynist, for interrupting a conversation when we're having a debate, is just it's a little early, I think, to make any kind of a determination on how somebody feels and how they are.
Well, Drew,
Like,
I
look,
think
look,
I
and
think it's a
I understand that there's inherent patriarchy that we've been taught for our whole lives, and there's systemic racism that has been here. I
And do you wait,
understand
Drew?
that.
Hold on, real quick. Let me ask you just a question. And do you believe that inherent and racism and inherent misogyny? Do you think that can manifest itself without you really understanding why you feel that way?
I think you're acting like a mind reader, to be honest with you.
No, I'm asking you if you think that can happen.
Yeah, I think it could
Okay,
happen.
so then the only thing that we need to say from this discussion, Drew, is maybe go back and look at it. And if you weren't being misogynistic, great. And if you were, fix it. That's all we're saying.
And how about this?
I said, Drew, the only thing I can do is tell you how it reads and tell you what it looks like. And if you disagree with me, fine. But like you haven't reflected on it yet. You haven't went back and watched it. Maybe I'm wrong. Who cares? I think it's our job as men, and this is one thing that men are bad at. When somebody crosses a line, men don't really stand up, especially white men who I mostly run around with. Especially white men, we don't hold each other accountable because we don't want to be the ones seen as the wet blanket. We don't want to be the ones that are seen as like the party pooper. So we sit back and we allow that stuff to keep going, and that's really what it's about. Like we as men have to get to a point where those types of attacks or bigoted statements make us feel so uncomfortable that we have to say something. Right?
I
That's
didn't
the
make
goal.
a bigoted statement. I cut off Felice.
I didn't say you did, Drew. I didn't say you
Drew,
did.
listen to me. All day long, what it is, it's not like, please don't think this is unique to you. It's like Jay and I work together
I know it's
very
not.
closely all week. And when the weirdest thing about me starting to do lives with Jay for 3.5 hours, 5 days a week is it is night and day the way I'm treated and the way he's treated. And we notice that all week long. And I think that Jay comes off very upset about it because he feels bad. Because
But
he's
Felice, you don't think
noticing
that
it
he's
as
just more
well. And Drew, you're one of the nicest people to me. Like if
I
you
try to be.
so well just
That's
I
what-
mean,
that's
but
what's
you're
annoying.
still
That's
you
what's
still won't
frustrating.
you're still speaking while I'm speaking. Like so I just know that you are actually one of the nicest. So all week long, people there's a very large disparity that the people watching this notice between the way we're both treated or if people listen when we're talking. That's what it's about. It's not just you. We're not singling you out. We're not trying to label you. Just breathe.
Well,
It's going to be okay.
Well, listen to this. But all right, it's just frustrating because it sounds so condescending when you guys talk about it. But let me just clear the air. Felice, honestly, I think you're brilliant. I really love to hear you guys. I'm on here every day, and I think that you make the best points out of everybody. You do your research. You have your shit down when you have it, and I really look forward to this every day. How that is misogynistic, I have no idea. I have no idea. But like I tune in for
It's
you,
not. Wait, it's not.
and not
Drew,
because
this
like I'm
is
attracted to you
Drew.
or anything
Let me,
anything like that. It's
Drew.
because
This
I
is a
like what
good
you
point.
say.
Hold on, Drew. Stop real quick.
You're cutting me
This
off.
is. I know I am, but this gives you an example. So again, somebody like what you just said about Felice. One, true. Also kind. Also not misogynistic. That doesn't mean that nothing you say can be misogynistic. That doesn't mean that nothing you do, like pointing out misogyny, and especially in your case, which I believe it's more internal than external, Drew. Like I do think that you say things without recognizing the impact. And that's the difference, and probably why Felice says you're nicer to her, because not to put words in her mouth, but I think when she sees you do those things, she recognizes it not as hatred, but as internalized misogyny. And that's all we're pointing out, Drew, is that you can treat women very, very well. You can have a spouse, a girlfriend, a mother that you love more than anything in the world, and you never disrespect them, and you still can have internalized misogyny, right? Like even something as simple as saying like, oh, I hold to the beliefs that women should stay in the home. Even something that simple, while you think, oh, I like the outcomes, there's data behind it, whatever it is, that in itself is still internalized misogyny. So that's all we're saying, that
I
sometimes
agree with everything you just said.
Yeah, so when we pointed out those things earlier, it wasn't to say you're a piece of shit. It was to say, this is how it's coming off, this is how it's perceived, like, let's be a little better. That was it. It wasn't to say, I think you're a decent guy, honestly.
What I'm getting at is, and maybe I wasn't clear, what I'm getting at is I feel like people on the left tend to, what's the best way to put it, tend to quickly run to that without enough information. Sometimes no. I mean, look, there's people on your lives that come up on your lives that for sure you should be calling them out on it. For sure. There's no question, right? I mean, there's no question in some cases. But I think in my case, when I was just cutting off the police because I was interested in what she had to say, I wanted to get my point across because you guys can talk for 10 minutes and I don't have the greatest short-term memory because of my past, and I need to get my words in, or I'm going to forget them. Okay, so sometimes I just try to respond, so we don't go 5 topics in or 5 different points in, and I don't remember the first answer that I had on the first point. So I try to get it in, not to be disrespectful, not because I'm a misogynist, just because I want to get my point in before I forget it, to be quite honest. And I don't
That's
think that makes
fine,
me
Drew.
misogynist. And
Okay.
I can agree that I probably have this internal stuff that has been in there, and there's things, but I think that there's definitely been growth, because I do see the injustices with different folks, and and I do work on that. So that's what makes me even more frustrated, because I'm not that type. Like I said, I mean, the slew of people that I completely 100% are with, and I'll do anything for is such a broad spectrum that it's insulting to say that, based on me cutting somebody off makes me a misogynist. Maybe I have misogynist traits that are underlying, but that's certainly not the reason why.
And that's okay, and that's what we're saying. You have misogyny inside you that you need to unpack, right?
Everybody
Like,
does, right? We all agree with that.
yes, yes, and
Okay,
that's what we've covered to different degrees. Like, we're
so
still deconstructing now. Absolutely, it's a journey. And Drew, I recognize you're on a journey, like you said. You are in meetings or whatnot, and I respect that. Like, Jay and I are on a journey too, right? Like, we're all on a journey of self-improvement. I think I do recognize that in you. Like, that's why I'm glad you're here. So just, we get it.
right, yeah, I just think that sometimes, in some cases, that people on the left, not necessarily you guys. I don't want to make it you guys, because I don't want you to get defensive. But I think that it's overly used. I think you, or maybe it's not overly used,
Drew,
but maybe it's.
The
But
first time
listen,
you came up
you're
here,
cutting me
you
off.
were talking about E. Jean Carroll in the
Misogynist.
most vile way, and you said this same speech. You've given this speech before. It's
It
when
wasn't
you're
vile.
defensive. Yes, it was, Drew.
It wasn't vile. See, what this is where I have a real problem with the left. You're not allowed to tell the truth
You weren't telling the
about
truth.
things if it's
You
going to hurt
weren't.
somebody's
You weren't
feelings.
telling the truth. You weren't
You don't
telling the
know.
facts
You
of the
don't
case.
know
You
the
were
Do
telling
you
truth.
your
remember?
opinion.
What I was
Drew, were you?
saying is that I remember what it was. I
Don't
was
double
saying
down.
that if you're liable, that means that you have more than a 50% chance that it happened. I'm
Obviously,
saying that,
Drew.
that that's
Obviously,
that's not a
Drew.
high bar.
Drew.
That's all I'm
Drew.
saying.
Drew. Don't play dumb. Obviously, those are not the comments we're talking about. No, we would not be outraged by you saying that basically like a preponderance of the evidence doesn't necessarily mean without a shadow of a doubt. Like nobody would disagree with that. The 51% is dumb because
It's
like
true.
it doesn't. Well, there's no because that percentage can't even come up with the amount of jurors, right? That percentage makes no fucking sense. That percentage could not have
Tap the
existed
screen,
in this
guys.
case. I understand what you're saying, but obviously that's not what anybody thought. Like, what generally speaking, when people, well, I don't even want to get into that topic. We'll do that another time. I got people in the box waiting, Drew. Do you want?
Good.
I'll give you the last
That's
words
it.
if you want, and I won't even kick you
No, no, no.
if you
I
want
just,
to.
I just think, I think that people would get along better, and I think that there would be more productive conversations with things if people on the left weren't quick to pigeonhole people into certain categories. And yeah, if you get deep enough, yeah, all these things exist, and we all know that. But I think sometimes
One a
you guys
book,
are a
yeah.
little too
I'm going to
quick.
You
challenge you.
are not the victim in
Go
this
read.
That's it.
Yeah,
scenario.
go read
You are
White
not the victim in
Fragility.
this. Yeah,
I
go
know
read.
that.
You are not the victim in this scenario. There are people actually suffering. Stop centering
But it
yourself
separates us.
in everything. You are not the center of this. There's a bigger picture
Quite
here.
aware of
Zoom
that.
out.
I'm
All
quite
right,
aware of that. I understand that. But go ahead. All right.
all right. See ya.
Have a nice.
How you doing, police?
I'm great. I do truly like Drew. Like, I think, you know what I mean? It's just, changing is tough. Opening your mind to new ideas is tough.
Some people have been here for a while, so I don't even know if they're still here. It's Gotti. I'm gonna imagine Gotti's not still here. Generally, opposition doesn't sit around that long. Guys, if you're in the box and you're not opposition, can you please drop? I just want to make sure. I understand people have stuff to say, but we're not doing that right now. But Amber, I am going to follow you back because your profile is interesting. As somebody with ADHD. Amber, are you up? I see hi. Keep he's not changing. Yeah, look, for those who say we keep bringing up the same people, they don't change, like that's part of this program, right? The part of the program is to show the ideas. Part of the program is so that people see both sides and can compare the arguments. So yeah, some people like Drew have the courage to come up and speak, and we'll do it. Like we can't just shut everybody out and not expose the arguments. I guess we could, but that's not really what we want to do. Tyler, we see you. You're my last resort. Amber, are you opposition? And I see hi. I don't know if you're opposition. It says something. It's got the Ukraine colors, so I'm going to guess probably not. I'll wait for Amber. I'm in opposite. All right. Well, just so you know, I'm bringing you up. If you're not opposition, Jen has a short lease. You may be kicked out of nowhere.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so I kind of disagree with like most of what you're saying, but I'm not going to get into like the social things because I've been watching for a while. I just disagree with why I would vote for Biden because I don't think that the country's been any better under Biden at all. Because I'm a single dad, so
what are the metrics when you say like the country doing better? What are the metrics you care about? Like, what are you looking at to make that decision?
So I mean, just the simple things. I go to the grocery store, and eggs are more expensive, milk's more expensive, everything's more expensive.
Can you name a time during your life when what we're at 3, 4, 5 years later the price of something hadn't gone up?
I mean, I think that I can think about almost any time in my life. I'm 26, so
yeah. Don't prices just generally go up?
No. 4 years. No, I mean prices in general on some things do, but not on food, not on.
What's an example? Well, are you sure about that? If you look if we look at the price of eggs by year,
it has like a 50% increase. That's crazy for a 4-year gap. Yes, over time it goes up, and everything goes up over time, and it will go up maybe a percent.
Yeah.
But you're using.
I agree with you. It went up more. Now, what do you attribute for that increase in prices? Like, why do you think the prices went up?
Inflation.
What's that?
Inflation.
And what caused inflation?
There's a lot. I think you can't just say like it's one thing that caused inflation. Obviously we had a pandemic, so that is one thing.
Okay. And once we were out of the pandemic,
gas is a little bit different. With gas, it's different because that's with the whole, I would say with the whole Russia, Middle East thing, because that's a lot of times where we get our oil from. So I would say that's probably from that whole thing that's going on in Ukraine, which I'm Ukrainian, so like I know a lot about Ukraine. So that kind of whatever.
Did you know that right now the average price of eggs is lower than the average price in 2015?
Well, how old was I in 2015? I think I was like.
I know. I just was wondering if you knew that.
No, I probably was not the one buying groceries in 2015.
Okay, and so Biden took over June of 2020 or January of 2022. We agree that like the pandemic was just like maybe kind of coming to a close, but it took a few months, maybe let's say March or April, before we really thought we were back open, right?
Of what year? Sorry, I'm sorry.
2022.
I got a text and I was reading it. I didn't hear what you said. Sorry.
You're good. 2022.
I thought it. Yeah, I would say that.
That's kind of when it was over. Yeah. Then we saw, as companies reopened, we saw a massive increase. The price of eggs went up the average price $4.30 a dozen. And now we are at the same levels we were in 2022. In fact, a hair lower than what we were paying in August of 2022. So is it possible that what you're hanging on to is the inflation that you experienced but has since dropped?
I mean, inflation has dropped, but you can't say that it's back to normal. Okay. It's still insanely high for.
And when you look at inflation, are these corporations who are raising the prices, are they making more money now or less?
No, they're making more.
Okay. So what? So yeah. So why blame Biden for that?
Because you can pass laws, you can do stuff, but our country's such in a divisive thing about Trump, Biden. Like both of them are fucking idiots, In
Yeah,
my,
so there was no way he was going to get tax increases, right? Because you had to beat the filibuster in the Senate. He needed 60 votes, which wasn't going to happen, right?
I mean, the Democrats control the Senate. If you
I know,
make,
but you need 60
that's what
votes,
I'm
and the
saying.
Democrats have
It's
50
known
plus a
as,
tiebreaker.
yeah, that's why you work with the other side. But
I
which
know,
goes
and that's
back
what. But
to-
the other side would never agree to raising taxes or trying to get some of these
well,
some of this
that's why
revenue back, right?
that's why you also, because of how the government works, you give them something that they want. I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat.
Which would have been what?
I mean, what were the Republicans complaining about? The border?
The wall? Yeah.
Well, not the wall. They didn't, after Trump
Yeah,
left.
the border. Yeah.
They didn't say that they wanted to build a wall. So, which is a problem in America.
But we know that Republicans don't care. They like you can no matter what you offer them in exchange for funding for the border, they're going to say no to the border because they want to campaign on that.
No, because Republicans didn't want to, because they were attaching the Democrats. The Democrats attached the border policy to Ukraine, and the Republicans
That's what Republicans asked for. Republicans said we will not sign Ukraine funding without border funding. So you had a bipartisan committee in the Senate put together a funding bill that funded both the border and Ukraine, just like Republicans had asked for. And then Republicans, who largely were going to support it, all changed their mind when Donald Trump said, no, we're not touching anything until I'm back in office. And then they all changed their mind.
No, he said that.
Which part of what I said was wrong?
About Donald Trump saying that he was going to do it when he was in office. He just doesn't.
Do you want me to read it?
He doesn't support aid to Ukraine.
No, that's not what he said. Do you want me to read it?
Sure.
Okay. Let me get it. This bill, speaking of the bipartisan one, is a great gift to Democrats and a death wish for the Republican Party. It takes the horrible job the Democrats have done on immigration and the border, absolves them, and puts it all squarely on the shoulders of the Republicans.
Yeah, but where is that saying that he's going to work on the Ukraine aid when he became?
It doesn't. He says that the reason you should reject, he doesn't talk about Ukraine at all. In fact, he doesn't mention that Ukraine is a reason you should object to this bill. He says he doesn't want the Democrats to get credit for it. He doesn't mention Ukraine at all.
Yeah, but then but the other Republicans did. Like
I don't care. I didn't say the other Republicans. I said Donald Trump.
But Donald Trump isn't the leader, so you can't really use that.
He is the leader because this would have passed before he said that. They had taken straw polls. This would have passed. It passed the Senate. This was the most conservative border bill that has ever been attempted to pass, or that's ever had a realistic shot at passing.
Yeah, but I mean, Biden undid everything that was working at the border.
Like what?
He got rid of remain in Mexico. Everything.
Who got rid of that? Wait, the courts don't allow that.
No, they were in appeal. They were in appeal. So
you can't send somebody that's not from Mexico and put them in Mexico.
Yeah, well, but the courts hadn't ruled on it yet. So it was an appeal process.
Do you think we should be allowed to take people from other countries and just put them in Mexico?
I think that we should. Me personally, I'm Ukrainian. My country's getting invaded. I don't feel like when someone comes across the border, it's that country. So let's say I'm not Ukrainian, I'm Polish or something. I walk across the border into Ukraine. They're in the middle of a war, right? Why should Ukraine go and say, well, where are you from? Let's send you back to.
Are we in a war?
No, but it's
see how it's different.
It's the sovereignty.
So it's different.
No, it's not.
Wait,
different. It's still the sovereignty.
It is different.
Because if using that logic, Russia was totally fine for coming in because.
No, it's not. No, because no. That's only if you suppose that these people coming here are coming here with the goal to tear down or ruin our country or go to war with our country.
It is, but it's illegal.
Right.
It's illegal.
No, it's not. It's not. They're asylum seekers. Donald Trump gave them special permission right before he left office, saying like, "Hey guys, we fucked up so bad that like you can't just deport these people." Mr. Remain in Mexico is the reason that Joe Biden was allowed to undo Remain in Mexico, which, by the way, was heard by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court agreed with Joe Biden that ending Remain in Mexico was a good idea and constitutional. But Donald Trump is the one that added protections for people, saying, hey, forget our asylum laws, forget our immigration laws. These people can stay. This is a special circumstance. We're not going to remove them. Donald Trump wrote an executive order directly against Remain in Mexico.
Hold on, I never said that it was okay for Russia to invade. I was using a freaking.
Talk to us. Don't talk to the chat, please.
Oh, okay.
What did I just say?
You were talking about the Supreme Court, and then
what did I say?
It was
they didn't listen, right?
Biden didn't agree that it was legal or whatever.
Yeah, no, that's
the
not
Supreme
what I said. You didn't
Court
listen, right?
agreed with Biden, right, and said that Remain in Mexico should end.
And then Trump put out an executive order 2 days before he left office saying, hey, because of the things that our administration did, you can't just deport these people. They are allowed to stay in the United States.
But what did Biden do on the first day of office? He still wrote executive orders.
No, why don't you acknowledge what we're talking about?
Could you address the executive order Trump wrote that said, because of our administration's policies, there are people here claiming asylum and we are not going to send them back because it was our fault?
But asylum is different than just illegal crossing.
They weren't exactly. And the people right now at the border are claiming asylum, and those who are not claiming asylum have to go through the normal process that you would go through if you weren't claiming asylum. Now, that's not to say that there's not some people claiming asylum that don't qualify for asylum. 4% of them are granted asylum. Most of them are being turned away, like 96% of them. It just takes a while because we don't have the resources. So we now, because we don't know if they have a legitimate asylum claim and they're not going through the normal process because they're asylum seekers, what are we going to do? Like, just treat them horribly? Just leave them out in the streets, send them back to Mexico? No, it's not their fault that we have a process that we didn't fully fund. And this would be going a lot smoother and a lot quicker if Republicans didn't reject this bill.
How is it our responsibility as Americans or whatever to take care of other people's poor when we have a homeless population?
Because that's our rule. Because that's how asylum works, dude. We have asylum laws, and we're required to honor those asylum laws. You're saying like, well, what if we just didn't do it because there's homeless people?
Yeah, there's international treaties, right? Like there's.
But we can also stop them at the border. I don't see why we need to ship.
No, you can't. The asylum rules say that we can't.
Okay, but we're shipping them to New York. New York can't handle it. The mayor has already said they can't handle it.
Yeah. Republicans, the Republican state who gets all this extra funding to deal with this is taking that funding, pocketing it, and sending everybody out of state. Yeah, shocker. I can't believe that these other states who just have big enough hearts to say, like, fine, Texas, if you're not going to do what you're supposed to do, then we'll help out. And yeah, they're running out of resources because they don't get resources for this. Texas does.
It's not just Texas though. New Mexico is also saying that their system is
overloaded. Yeah, but Texas is the only one shipping them out.
No.
I live in a border state.
Don't say Arizona. Don't even bother.
And I was going to say California, actually.
Yeah, they're not shipping. They're not going and shipping them to liberal sanctuary cities. Only Greg Abbott is doing that.
I'm saying that even liberal cities, liberal states that are on the border are overwhelmed.
So maybe we pass the legislation that gets more resources to them so they can process these asylum seekers quickly. And then we don't have to worry about these court cases taking 2 to 3 years. But it's the Republicans are like, no, we're just waiting for Trump to be in office.
Trump killed the border bill. They need more funding. That's what they're asking for. They need more judges. They need asylum claims processed faster. In the bipartisan border bill, they went from years to 6 months. But we didn't pass the bipartisan border bill.
But I'm not a Trump supporter or a Biden supporter.
Are you talking to people in the comments again?
No, I'm saying to you guys because you keep bringing up Trump. I'm not a Trump supporter. So
we're just telling you what happened. You're blaming Democrats for all of this. What do you mean? This is the thing. First of all, you are a Trump. First of all, you're a Trump person. You're literally just spewing right-wing talking points. I don't know why you guys are all so afraid to admit what you actually think. I also am confused about you. Like, do you live in Ukraine? Your American accent.
He clearly is not. Yeah, that's an American vernacular.
And I still have a family over there.
Okay, gotcha. That's what I was wondering. But again, you've been blaming Joe Biden for this whole thing. right? And we're just pointing out over and over again that everything that you seem to have a problem with, that you wanted to blame Joe Biden for, none of these have been his fault. These are every single one. There's a lot of fault to go around, but like Donald Trump is right in the middle of it in all of these instances that you brought up. Meanwhile, Joe Biden has been trying to do something about the border. In fact, Joe Biden wanted to do remain. Where he wanted to, was it remain in Mexico that he got shut down on, or that Mayorkas got shut down on? Is that what it was,
No, I
Felice?
think it was Title 42.
No,
Title 42,
well,
that's right.
what they
Title
were
42.
trying to do, like in the courts, they were trying to make it so you had to stop in another country first. Like Biden tried to do, and the department fought to do many things with asylum laws to make people stop in another country first before they came to claim asylum here. That you know, if you're going through 12 countries, you need to stop in one of them first and claim asylum. But that was unconstitutional and was struck down by a federal judge. Many more things like this. Mayorkas and the Department of Homeland Security have lost many court cases. And what the court cases say is if you want to do these things, you need to change federal immigration law, expand the powers of the president. That's what the bipartisan border bill did that Trump killed.
And I agree on the fact that Trump did kill it. But at the same time, what were they doing for the years beforehand? And I mean, I don't like how Trump handled COVID. I think he did a horrendously bad job of it. So he is partly to blame for like the economy and everything. But from what I'm seeing, I feel like Biden could have done more on the border. I'm not saying that he didn't do enough or didn't do anything. I'm
But
just
how?
I think, I don't know. I feel like the politics in our country right now are too divisive, and I feel like both sides are looking for. I'm not sure if I can say this on TikTok, but looking for like blood, looking for to hurt the other side.
Yeah, I think you're dead wrong about that. Democrats came together with Republicans in the Senate to pass a border bill. You have now, the only reason Mike Johnson feels safe is because Democrats are saying like, hey, we're tired of your guys' bullshit games over there on the right. We're here to actually legislate and get shit done. So even Mike Johnson, who they agree with on virtually nothing, is getting some sort of protection from the Democrats. The Democrats are screaming, please, can we do something? And Republicans in Congress, all they're doing is trying to run impeachment campaigns against Mayorkas and Biden. The Republicans are doing nothing. I disagree with your both sidesism here. I really, really do. I think that Republicans don't want anything to get better. You can watch every time the jobs reports are out and they try and spin how the jobs are getting better. They keep spinning, oh, it's not as much as we thought, even though it's always more than they thought. Yeah, Republicans don't want to do anything right now. Most of the time, you're right. Most of the time, people are playing politics and it's both sidesism, but this is different. This isn't politics. This is an absolute takeover by Donald Trump of one party and them doing whatever he says.
Yeah, and I think that Trump is terrible for the country. I just don't see why I should vote for Biden because I don't feel like when I'm looking at Trump and I'm looking at Biden, and if I'm just comparing them two, and I'm not comparing any of the other candidates like RFK Jr. or any of those other people, right? If I'm just comparing Biden to Trump, I don't really see a difference in them. I think that they're both very terrible. I think that Biden
Crazy.
is
It's honestly crazy.
I
I
feel
think
like
it's crazy
That
that you see
speaks
that.
to your knowledge of the situation.
That's
Like
crazy.
you are under researched, under read then, because that's a wild claim.
I mean, I mean, Biden's just too old. He's too old to be
You're
confident.
not saying anything. Do you recognize at all, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful here, but do you recognize at all that what you've, like every time you tell us something you don't like about Biden, it's just a feeling or something that's not important. You can't even put your finger on what you don't like about Joe Biden. You just hoped things would have went better and they didn't.
No,
And that's fair. That's fair
Yeah.
to say that. But then it seems like you stopped there and you didn't go like, well, why didn't things go better? Let's think about each issue that I care about on the border. Who caught like the border crisis? I don't think anybody caused it. I think some of the actions from the Trump campaign accelerated it, but I don't think you can, or the Trump administration, I don't think you can blame it all on them. But if we're looking about what could have been done about the border this entire time, who is at fault here?
I mean, technically, it's the immigrants that are coming across the border.
Who is at fault between the two parties?
What do you mean between the two parties? You just said
Yeah, which party is refusing to do anything about the border?
I mean, it's Republican.
Come on, see if
No, I just said it. It's Republican.
yeah.
But I mean,
So So you want to blame Joe? So then you're like, well, since the Republicans are doing nothing about the border, despite Joe Biden saying I'll sign this bill, you now like, how can you then say there's no difference between Trump and Biden? They're literally on opposite ends of this discussion. How can you say there's no difference?
Because when Biden came into power and his administration, and we had the influx, which we did, you can't deny that there was way more migrants coming to America when Biden became president than when it was Trump. We had record high numbers of illegal immigration. That's just facts. We didn't do anything to stop it.
Yeah, Republicans won't.
No, what about year one where he could have done executive orders?
He couldn't. No, brother. Do you know what the filibuster is? Do you know what the filibuster is?
To do it either.
Brother, who controls the funding?
Congress.
Okay, so executive order is not going to fund a border, is it?
There's other ways. I mean, Trump did.
No. There are 0 ways to fund the border without Congress. 0.
Yeah, but Trump did it with executive orders.
No, he didn't. The border was not being funded by his executive orders. His pet projects were. But the border funding, those actually processing the people that are coming through the border, that's all funded by Congress.
I'm saying he did something. I'm not saying
he did, but he also had funding. And again, we're talking about him. He wasn't dealing with the same problem. Although this problem did start under him. We saw like a 500% increase in immigration in 2019, right before COVID. Like this all started under Trump. But again, if Congress doesn't fund the changes that we need at the border, then there's nothing Joe Biden can do about that. Nothing. And you have to beat a filibuster in the Senate. So you need 60 votes.
If you're wanting to do the processing and everything the way that to hire more judges, more border agents, yes, you need more funding. I agree.
That's what needs to be done. Is there a different way to fix this problem?
I think and this is literally facts because it's based on.
This is a MAGA talking point. I just want you to know before you do it that you might not. You keep saying you don't like Donald Trump, but you are hitting MAGA talking points.
I despise him simply because of stuff that he's done, like with women and stuff. Because this is my backup account.
Well, cool. I support that.
On my main account, I'm a huge advocate for like sexual assault survivors and stuff. So I really
awesome. That's
so
awesome.
I could never support Trump because simply on that dumbass shit that he's done. Anyway, but I'm saying that when Trump was president, there was illegal crossings, whatever, right? But they also are statistically that it was lower. He stopped it somehow. I don't.
No. Actually, Biden turns back more people than Trump. Biden deports more people as a percentage and as a total number than Trump. So not only is Biden better at doing what Trump is bragging about, but the border is more secure under Joe Biden. Like if you put these same numbers, the same number of people coming to the border, and you operate based on the statistics that were given for the Trump administration and the Biden administration, there would be more people in the United States currently than we have under Joe Biden. He's deporting more people by percentage and by total number.
Isn't there like 6 million illegal immigrants in America?
It's probably more than that. Probably significantly more than that.
I mean,
But again, we're talking about people who are crossing the border and being sent back. This administration's border patrol is more effective than the last administration's, just statistically. We can't control the numbers that they deal with, right? Those ebb and flow. But if you want to just look at statistically how they handle it, Joe Biden's administration does a better job. And again, I keep asking you for a reason that they're the same. And every time you come up with something that they're the same about, they're not the same. Joe Biden keeps winning all of these.
I wouldn't say he's winning. I mean, he's just.
Look, if you do better, then you won. In this case, all right, we'll say that Joe Biden's doing better.
I feel like he's. I don't know. I wouldn't.
But you keep saying I feel like. I'm giving you real numbers. I'm telling you the real numbers, and you keep going. I feel like that's not right.
No, I'm saying I don't think that you're correct in saying that Biden's doing better on the border.
Based on what?
Based on the fact that there's 6 million illegal immigrants. Based on the fact that
there's way more than that, but that's fine.
I'm saying documented because undocumented, I get all of that, but I'm saying documented that we have on record on paper. we're doing pretty terribly on immigration.
You don't have documented, undocumented immigrants. I don't know what you're
Ones that
saying.
okay,
No. Let
might
me
say
tell you something about that statistic as somebody who has studied it. It's completely made up. It's a best guess by a lot of people. That's why the range is anywhere from like 6 million to 30 million. Like the range on it's crazy. We don't have good data on people who aren't here. The only good data that we have is people who came here on a visa and overstayed, and we never saw them exit. And we assume that they're still here, although we're not 100% sure. But that's really like the only thing we can track. We can't track people who illegally cross the border and we never have a record of. There's no way. That we don't know how many people are here illegally, but most of the people at the border that have come through during Joe Biden's time, most of those people are here legally because they made asylum claims. And you might think that their asylum claims are bullshit. That's fine, but then we should talk about funding our border so we can process those more quickly. But these people are not here illegally; they are here legally.
but they crossed, which is illegal.
Legally.
So what about like, did you see on the news? I don't know which news source did it. But
Yes.
huh?
I said I bet I can guess.
Like
We're almost at 300K, guys. Sorry, hi. Tap the screen. Tap the screen. If you have a message, we will read it aloud before the end of the show if you give us a donation. Thank you.
so like, sorry, I lost my train of thought. Let me think for a second. When I think it was like 6 months ago when there was just like caravans of people just literally walking in. How is that legal?
Because they're literally all being funneled into the same entry point.
They're in a
These
line.
they're all asylum like they're coming from the same place. They're asylum seekers. So they open up a spot in the wall, whether it was already there or they took the wall down, and they open it up and they just direct people to go through the opening. That's why there were caravans of people. The caravans existed because they all knew where they were going, to the same spot where when they came in, they were going to be able to claim asylum. That was the whole point. That's why that's why they had sheets of paper saying where to go. That's the whole that's why this exists.
Okay. And then my other points that I was going to bring up were Biden's foreign policy. I think it's just horrendous. I mean, you have the whole Palestine, Israel thing. You have Russia, Ukraine.
I think he's done great on Russia, Ukraine. Honestly, I think there's not a single thing he's done that I would change. I probably agree with you on Israel Palestine. I don't like how he's favored Israel and come out in with the pro IDF stuff. Like I think he's handled Israel Palestine pretty poorly, but Ukraine I think he's handled great. We don't have troops on the ground. We've largely kept Russia at bay. We're selling munitions to Ukraine. We're replenishing our own stockpile. There's people in America that are making money for, we got to keep that military industrial complex going. Like I don't disagree with anything he's done in Ukraine, honestly.
The only thing I would say about Biden on Ukraine is I feel like he wasn't forceful enough in the beginning. I think
it's always a feeling. Yeah.
No, I mean he really wasn't. He said literally because he stood up on the thing and he goes, "Don't." What is that supposed to mean to a country, especially like Russia, which is a very strong country?
Well, you know what it means? It means that if you invade, we're going to give them a bunch of our military equipment and they're going to fight back. That's what it means, and that's what happened. And Vladimir Putin didn't give a shit about that.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with it. I think
Biden gave them one of the most powerful speeches I've ever seen him give in his entire presidency in Poland in support of Ukraine, condemning Russia. So if you haven't seen that speech, then I suggest well then stop saying that.
No, I just have a lot of friends that are in Ukraine and they personally feel like America's not doing enough, but that's a debate on whether America should do more or shouldn't.
Of course they feel that way. And I think that Joe Biden is doing, of course they feel that way. They would love to have our troops on the ground. They would love to have the American military on the ground with them and it would run Russia out. Of course they feel that way. And I would probably feel that way if I was them. But that doesn't mean I don't disagree with what Joe Biden did. Like, what did he do? So far you said he just wasn't forceful enough in his no?
I think that if he had done it a little bit quicker, I mean, less land would have been taken from Ukraine. Like, on On
What are you talking? What land? Wait, what land has been taken? They're still at war. We don't have taken like
no,
Russia invaded and Ukraine has
Russia
been pushing them back.
No, Russia controls 18% of Ukraine land. So it took.
I understand that, but
I
like
didn't
it's
mean
not
like they own it.
take. That's where they've been pushed back to, right?
No, right now Russia's gaining. Actually, Russia's.
That's where they had been pushed back to, though.
No, Russia.
They made it almost to, no, they made it almost to Kyiv, and then they were pushed back. What are you talking about?
No, not at all. So.
What do you mean not at all? That didn't happen?
So when they made their like march to Kiev, they basically kind of like cut out a sloth to make their path to Kiev, because what they thought was going to happen was they were going to take Kiev and then they were going to, unalive the Zelensky, and then the country was going to fall. So what happened was Russia had like this whole line of brigade. I think it was like 3 miles long of tanks and everything. And the Ukrainians went and started striking that convoy, that military convoy, and they stopped. And so then Russia kind of pulled back a little bit from it was like a path. It wasn't like a swath. So now technically Russia still owns just as much land because they own about 18 to 20%. So there was never, you get what I'm saying?
No, I think it's silly. I think what you're saying, is like you're using the number of 18% of what they have, and I'm saying, well, they tried to go further, and you're like, no, they didn't, because when they tried to go further, it didn't work.
I'm saying they went on one path. They didn't take.
I know, but I said they made it all the way. They tried to take over Kyiv, and they were pushed back, and that's true.
From Kiev, but not from the other cities.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
But they've always, that when they went and tried to do the push to Kiev, they owned about 18 to 20%, and they still own, or not own.
If you're upset about Russia occupying 18 to 20% of Ukraine, then you are in the wrong life. You need to go to MAGA Lives and you need to take it up with them.
With what?
With the far right, the people who held up the funding for Ukraine for months and months and months and months.
Yeah, no.
That wasn't the left.
No,
You're
I'm not
saying so much
bill?
time passed, we didn't get what we need. Well, I'm saying go take that up with the correct people.
I'm not blaming the left by far over Ukraine, because the left has done a lot of stuff for the Ukraine. I'm just saying I feel like if they had sent jets, sent all the equipment a little bit faster, and I get the bureaucracy or whatever. So I'm not really hounding on Ukraine, because Biden did the best that he could, but on Afghanistan, Israel, Palestine, his foreign policy is pretty weak, and I think
he killed it with Afghanistan too. I think he did great with it.
He pulled out soldiers
he had to. He didn't have a choice. He had to. Donald Trump created a timeline of when they had to be out of Afghanistan, and as soon as that agreement ended, the Taliban could attack, and the Taliban was marching towards, was it Kabul? I can't remember if it was Kabul, but the Taliban was marching, so they didn't have time to get out. They had been trying. They had been slowly withdrawing troops, but Donald Trump set a timeline. He made an agreement, and it was impossible to get it out cleanly. So yeah, I actually think he did a great job on Afghanistan. I'm thrilled that we're out of Afghanistan, and I could give a shit about the equipment that was left there. I don't care. I didn't want to be there anymore. I think that's one of the best things Joe Biden has done.
And all that was debunked. The equipment left there. There's a recent, equipment that's not even, this was all debunked in a congressional hearing, a recent one, and Millie showed up and addressed all of these issues. War is awful, and we did the best we can, but that plan, if you want to blame someone for the plan, that was Donald Trump's plan.
Yeah, and I think, but and this is really just centers back to my whole argument, is I feel when I look at the actions that Biden has done, yeah, you can say, oh, well, Trump came up with it. Well, you're the president now. You can change whatever the things are.
If you watch the congressional hearing, Millie explains why they couldn't change. They could not change. The timeline was too tight and the Taliban were coming. All of this is explained in a congressional hearing.
But in the congressional hearing, they also said that they had a second base that they could have flown out of, which is safer because it was mountainous. It would have been a safer option.
Yeah, but this is the thing, so no matter what president you could look at, you can nitpick things, obviously, but it just feels like you're just nitpicking these tiny little things as an excuse to not vote for Joe Biden. That's what it feels like.
No,
And it's
I'm
weird, like you say, I hate Trump. I'm not a Trump guy. Like you won't be critical of them in
You're
any
a
real way.
contrarian.
You're
You're a
just like,
contrarian.
I honestly think Joe Biden. I don't know if there was any. In fact, I will boldly say, not one person on that Democrat stage would have done a better job than Joe Biden, just because of the political currency that Joe Biden possesses, his ability to into meetings and have actual discussions with Republicans and Democrats. He's well respected. The Republicans love him. Like the Republican senators that have known him forever, they love him. They think he's a great guy. I think Joe Biden is yeah, sure, he's old. Yeah, sure, like maybe he's not the product that we want on TV, but he gets shit done.
I feel like RFK would be better.
Though that's moronic. RFK's that's crazy. That's insane, dude. That's
I'm like very
nobody likes him. The RFK takes positions that like 10% of the country agrees with. And you think that that's the guy that like we should have running our country? The anti-science, like this guy just forgot all about climate change. He has no real options for that. He says he cares about healthcare. He doesn't care about that. He's just an anti-vax guy. That's crazy. Nobody likes him. How could he possibly? Nobody in Washington likes him on the right or the left. How could he
that's good.
possibly get more done than Joe Biden? How?
That's
Nobody
good.
would work with him.
That the whole thing that I've like I look and from I haven't even voted. Like I could have voted when I was 18 and it was Trump versus Hillary. I didn't like either one of them. I didn't vote in the Trump versus
I
Biden.
gotta get used to voting for people who you don't think are that great, or
Why?
else bad news, brother.
There's never
Because
going
you're
to be a
never gonna vote
candidate
for
that's
anybody.
yeah. You're always disagree with people on a couple of things. Like if someone's whole family stands up and has a press conference and is like, "Don't vote for this guy," there's something wrong with him. All the people who know they denounce RFK Jr. for like 2 hours in Pennsylvania.
No, I
Like
saw that.
every person that knows him. Like I mean, come on.
Um, I don't
Honestly,
like.
why? What's something you think RFK could unite our country on?
I think that he's different. He's new.
I know that's generic. What do you think he could unite us on?
I, I think he's not. He's an old time Democrat. Because I was talking to my grandparents about. So his policies are more old.
What's one thing you think he could unite us on?
Hold
See the
on.
problem here?
Sorry.
You like the idea of RFK, just like, and that's most RFK supporters. They like the idea. They like an outsider. They think that the problem with the government is that people have been there too long. But one thing we know about government, and I'm in the minority with this, but the people who have been there the longest, those are actually the serious legislators. Those are the ones that are there to actually do a job, and that's why they've stayed there so long. It's not an enjoyable job. Those who have been there the longest are generally the ones getting the most done. And yeah, do they listen way too much to lobbyists? For sure. But like RFK coming in, being an outsider, taking positions, these conspiratorial positions, and then I ask you, well, what's one thing he could unite the country on, and you nothing.
I mean, I don't know because our country's really divided, but
Yeah.
I don't.
But it's divided because, and with all due respect, it's divided because people like you aren't willing to take any real positions, and you don't really know what you're saying. You just like the idea of RFK better. And this is a frustration I have with all of my friends. All of my friends just wholesale adopt this idea that Joe Biden is old, therefore he sucks, he's embarrassing, whatever. He's remarkably effective. For somebody with a split Congress, and specifically this Congress, he's remarkably effective. All the while, his entire presidency, people have been trying to impeach him for bullshit charges. They can't even tell us what the crimes are. He's just breezed through all of that. They now want to get rid of Mayorkas. He just breezes through that. He just shows up every day and goes to work and he gets shit done. And he did unite America on a couple of things. He united us on Ukraine aid. He united America when he got Republicans to admit in his State of the Union that they're not going to go after Medicare. Joe Biden has been a remarkably successful president. And unfortunately, so many Americans are uninformed that all they know about Joe Biden is that he's old. And so therefore not effective.
I mean, he's not. I wouldn't say but Joe Biden's really been uniting. I mean, look at like all of the stuff that's going on with Trump. Look at all the all of that stuff.
It's not Joe Biden's fault that Donald Trump committed crimes.
Hold Trump
That's not his fault.
accountable for his crimes.
But it's divisive.
Yeah, well, don't pick a candidate who commits crimes. See, you blame Joe Biden for everything.
Blame Joe
fucking
Biden because
Republicans.
Trump had
Blame
paid
Trump.
off a porn star. Like, are you crazy?
What if
That's
Republicans?
nuts.
What if Republicans
the
ran
point-
Nikki Haley instead of Donald Trump? We wouldn't have this problem. What if they ran Marco Rubio or Ron DeSantis? Any other candidate they could have run doesn't have this problem. Don't blame Joe Biden for Donald Trump being a criminal. That's not his fault. And in fact, there's evidence that he tried not to prosecute Donald Trump for this current crime that's going on in New York. There's evidence that he was like, yeah, fuck it. Like, we'll let this one go.
Because it's hard to prove.
No, because
This
he didn't. No,
No, that's
because
wrong.
he didn't. Historically, presidents have a history of protecting the president beforehand as a gesture of goodwill to their supporters to say, like, hey, I'm not going to try and be divisive.
Yeah, but the New York case, out of all the cases, which one thing I will say, the one that's about the classified documents, that's a very strong case. Trump,
Every dumb talking point just hits the talking points, and now you heard the hush money cases. It's cobbled together. It's cobbled together. There's nothing there.
You guys been watching
You have no idea
Dude,
what you're talking about.
We spent the first hour and a half
I
of this show
literally-
breaking down this case. Were you
I
not
broke
here?
down every statute, how they're
going-
supported. You really should have been here at the beginning of the show.
Well, I wasn't in for the first hour. I'm so sorry.
I
Anyway,
missed it.
but no, like with this case, it's none of the witnesses so far have pointed to Trump saying that he knew that what was going on. Even though
Every
You
one
have
of them has
absolutely
testified.
no idea what you're saying.
That is
I
the
was
exact
just
opposite.
watching
Every single one of them has testified that he knew everything that was going on. What case have you been reading?
no, even
No, brother, I'm
You
I'm
are
not joking when I
absolutely
say
wrong.
You guys are
Every witness
interrupting
has
me.
confirmed
You guys are
that Trump
interrupting
knew.
me.
Everyone.
Like, you guys are interrupting me. I haven't interrupted.
Yeah, because you said something dumb.
You're spreading disinformation, and we're
It's not
correcting
disinformation.
you.
It's
You don't
exactly
get to,
what
you
I'm
don't
about
get
to
to
say.
lie, and then no one says, "Hey, that's incorrect."
You can't just go and interrupt someone without knowing exactly what they're going to say. Because I was going to say, Hope Hicks said that he cared more about his family not finding out and saving that embarrassment, right? But she didn't say, yes, he directed Michael Cohen to pay it. There's no one has
She
said
has
those
no
words yet.
material knowledge of that. She wasn't even
Okay.
asked that question.
But none of the other witnesses have said that either yet. So you're sitting here saying that he's.
Have
a
you
criminal
heard from
when he
Michael
hasn't
Cohen
been
yet? Have we
You
heard
have
from Michael
no
Cohen
idea.
yet?
Cohen's a perjurer.
Have we see, there we go. This is the thing, dude.
No, I
you
really
are
want
just
to.
Every
right-wing-
talking point comes out. The
what
lead,
did he
you are
perjure
so
himself
uninformed.
on? What did he perjure himself about?
Because originally he said, and this was before I was really paying attention to the politics. So if I get this wrong, because this was years ago before I was really paying attention to politics, but I'm pretty sure that Michael Cohen was perjuring himself on the case of what's her name, the one that Trump had an affair with, not
Stormy?
the other one,
Karen McDougal?
Yeah, her. I'm pretty sure he perjured himself on that.
See, this is
and-
why. Now, if you
Because
were
we
just
got
here
two
when
counts
Drew
for
was
that.
here, hold on. If you were just here when Drew was here, we accused Drew of the exact same thing, is being programmed and hearing only right-wing talking points. What you just said
CNN.
is only a fourth of the way true. Did he perjure himself about Karen McDougal? Yes. What other three things did he perjure himself about?
I know it was election interference. And
No.
right?
No.
I thought he got
no.
2 counts of
He
election.
lied about, like, he created fraudulent documents to hide the hush money. So he created an LLC, and then Trump hid the repayments for Stormy Daniels. He also lied about Trump not working with Russia while he was president, because Trump was still working on a business deal with Russia while he was president.
Oh yeah, that part.
Yeah, so this exact case that we have right now, Michael Cohen already went to jail for doing the crime with Donald Trump. He has the checks. They have the wire, or they have the transfers. They have all the evidence, and every single person who has testified said Donald Trump knew, and Donald Trump wanted to keep this quiet. And that's the only thing that matters. In this case, it all boils down to, did Donald Trump know that he was or did he purposely keep this out of the public eye to protect himself? The
No,
answer
then
to that is yes. You don't have to prove whether it was for election interference or not. You don't have to prove that. You only have to prove that he kept this out. And since he was in an election, it amounts to election interference. Whether he's on tape or somebody else says he did it specifically for this reason, it doesn't matter.
that I don't no, because
You're wrong.
you can
It doesn't. We
you
read
can
the
pay
statute today.
you can pay
It does
someone-
not. Felice, do you want to read that part again?
you can pay someone to sign an NDA. You can sign an NDA. There's nothing illegal about that. The thing that the actual trial was
If
about,
you are a presidential candidate and somebody signs an NDA and you use that NDA to make sure that the public doesn't get information that will make you look bad, then it is illegal. It's not illegal if you're not running for president, but this bitch was running for president, and that's what makes this illegal.
that's not
You and I can, if I pay somebody, am I going to get charged for election interference? No, I'm not running for, no, of course not.
actually you could if you were doing it for Biden. So
I know, but obviously I wasn't doing it for Biden.
No,
but
I'm not saying you are, but I'm
but
saying
this,
let's say you're
so you don't think, so why did he pay off this money? You don't think it was to make sure that the press didn't find out about it?
We'll see. I just
No, why do you think?
I think that
What's another reason besides people finding out that he would pay this money?
I mean, it's
She was just that good?
huh? Why would
He
she
just
do that?
wanted to pay her some money? Why is he giving her money?
No,
What
it's
for?
because this man also has like a whole like company, and anything negative is
He had cheated on his first two. He had cheated on his first two wives. It didn't
Yeah,
touch his
he's
company.
shit.
It didn't.
He's
It
not
didn't hurt his
shit. I mean,
company at
he's
all.
shit. He's shit, but he also he said that in
This guy is not a Trump supporter. Desperately,
know-
desperately making up lies for Trump, but not a
It's
Trump
not lies,
supporter.
it's
When did Stormy Daniels first start trying to get money from Trump for an NDA?
2015 or
No,
I think it was.
no. It was like 2008.
No, he
No, what happened is then
that
it got down to the wire, and Trump was like, she's like, I'm coming out with this story, because Michael Cohen just kept kicking the can down the road. They were her attorneys and Michael Cohen were negotiating. They kept kicking the can down the road, and then they ran out of time because the Access Hollywood tape dropped, and suddenly he was fucked. And if he had one more story drop right after that, he was really fucked. So then he paid the money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's
not illegal.
Explain to me why he didn't pay the money before he was in an election, and he had all those years to pay that money, and she was asking for that money, but when it was the election cycle, then he paid the money. How are you going to spin that it wasn't about election interference?
Because didn't that tape came out right before the votes happened, right?
There was no tape of this.
No, this not.
Okay, well, address what I'm saying. I want you to explain to me why this isn't election interference.
You brought up that the tape where he said what he said.
It wasn't. It's not an important
then she
detail.
said-
I need you to answer my question. That is not an important detail.
So far from what I've seen on, like, if I was sitting on the jury, there's not one point where it says, yeah, where he directed Michael Cohen to pay.
That's
her.
not-
Well, let me say something.
Required.
Okay, so let me explain something, because you don't understand the underlying statutes they're charging. So 175-10, that's what is actually on the indictment, right? That's 34 falsifying of business records. Now, under that, like it was ruled, there's 3 object offenses that they can use. But here's what you're confused about. Like, this is from Merchan's ruling on this. Merchan clarified that 175-10, quote, does not require that the other crime, so the 3 underlying offenses that elevate the falsification of business records, so the 3 object offenses, right? So that's what you're talking about, does not require that the other crime actually be committed. All that is required is that the defendant acted with a conscious aim and objective to commit another crime. He doesn't actually have had to commit something. He just has to have acted with intent, with conscious aim and objective to commit another crime. You don't understand the burden of proof.
And here's the problem Donald Trump's going to have as we get further into this trial. If Donald Trump tries to say, I wasn't hiding this, we have quote after quote after quote, rally after rally after rally after rally of him lying to the American people, saying that these women were liars, and that once he was president, once the election was over, he was going to sue them for their lies. You've got a problem here. Donald Trump is lying to the people he's trying to get to vote for him, saying this didn't happen. Behind closed doors, he's paying for it. And you say that that's not going to be convincing to a jury because there's no text message or recording of Donald Trump saying, please pay Stormy Daniels for election interference.
I'm saying so far there hasn't been.
Okay,
We don't
but
know
how
what's
do
gonna be
you
brought up.
square how do you square that though? How do you square with the fact that he was lying about it publicly? We now know he was lying, and it was at the tail end of his
Every
election.
politician lies.
Why else was he lying?
That's dumb to go and say, oh, a politician lied to his supporters to get elected.
No, it's dumb of you to dismiss
every
it like that.
Biden lied.
No,
Every
you're just
president
MAGA, dude. I think you're a liar about you voting for Trump. I think you're in Trump's bag. This is silly. Like, if you can't admit that, I don't know what to tell you. The evidence is overwhelming
you
here.
interrupted me like 10 million times.
Just because you
The
say
previous
a
guy,
lot of things
he
that aren't relevant.
interrupted them,
Okay,
you called them
start
misogynistic
crying.
and all
Go
this
ahead.
stuff,
I
right?
know. Big feelings. Tell us
I'm
more
saying
about your feelings.
You're not using like any like you're just interrupting. You're just talking over me. And a respectful debate on difference of opinion doesn't just go.
This isn't a difference of opinion. It's a difference of fact, and you
It's
don't
not
have
fact,
them.
though, because
No,
he
it is.
doesn't
Felice
charge
just
people.
explained it to you,
We
and you
live in
still don't
America.
get it.
We live in America. You're innocent till proven guilty. You're not guilty and then proven
I
innocent.
didn't ask if he was if he was found guilty
This
yet.
is a
What are you
jury
talking about?
trial. It's guilt, right? He could be found innocent. No, we're not talking about that. Like, this
It's
is
like
a
a-
jury trial.
so-
Nobody knows what's going to happen. We're
So if he's
talking
found-
about the statutes that are being charged and the underlying object offenses and I'm telling you, you're saying, well, no one's come out and said it's a crime. I'm telling you a crime doesn't have to be committed. That's what I'm trying to tell you. All that is required is that the defendant acted with a conscious aim and an objective to commit another crime.
And I hear you, and I'm going to ask, if Trump is found innocent by a jury of his peers, are you going to go around still saying he committed the crime?
Well, first of all, he won't be found innocent.
How do you know? You know the future?
No, because you're found not guilty.
Whatever. If he that's being nitpicked.
If Trump is found not guilty, then I will say Trump had a jury trial and they found him not guilty.
Okay, so
I will never say Trump's innocent because do you understand the difference there?
No,
There's
I
a
do.
huge distinction in what you just said. Either
Yes,
you did
I
it on
know.
purpose and
No,
you're
I just
disingenuous or you
mis-
don't understand.
I just misspoke. I'm sorry. Anyway, but so if he is found not
Wait, hold on. Here's the question, because now I feel like you're moving the goalposts. Of course, if he's not guilty, we'll say that like he was found not guilty. That we don't deny the outcomes of things. That's a very MAGA thing to do. But what you brought up, you brought this case up. Please remember that. And you brought this case up saying that it had no merit. And all we have done is show you time and time again the merit of the case.
I didn't
which you
say
said
it
that
had no merit. I said it was
you
the
used
weakest one.
Yeah, that's the same thing, my brother. That's the same thing.
It's just
Brother,
saying
that's the
it's
same
weakest
thing.
case. I'm
That's
saying
the
it's
same
weakest
thing.
one. It's the one
But
that
we're just giving you
Trump
we're just giving you the evidence that you don't know about, and it for some reason is making you upset. Like
No,
you
I'm not even
didn't know that much about this
I'm
case
just-
when you started talking about it.
I was literally just watching CNN about it, and CNN.
I don't
even
care.
said-
There's a
even
lot of people
CNN
that watch
said
CNN that may not know much about this case because
And
there were a
even
lot
the
of things
CNN
that you didn't
anchors
know.
Even the CNN anchors and the CNN lawyers, which are you a lawyer? I doubt you are, is going and saying that this case right now is not in the bag of the prosecution. Right now, the prosecution is not winning this case. They said that. CNN, which is a very Democrat.
Yeah, and we spent an hour and a half just breaking down, and we haven't even made that claim. Again, you said it's a weak case. We asked you why it's a weak case. You have no fucking idea. What you've said so far is nobody has said that Donald Trump told him exactly to do this, and a lawyer on CNN said that they haven't won the case. You were the one that made the claim that it was a weak case, but you haven't been able to show us what's weak about this case. Everything you've said, you've been wrong about.
You keep interrupting me. I mean,
shut up. Quit crying about that. You've been wrong about everything.
You were crying in the last live with the guy that interrupted you, and when called him a misogynist.
No, he was crying about being. No, I was telling him not to interrupt Felice.
Okay, well, I've been very respectful. I haven't interrupted.
I don't care. I don't care. This is not always a respectful platform. I need you to address what we're actually talking about. You said that the merits of this case aren't good. Why?
It's not, because your main witness so far and I'm not saying that this couldn't change, but from what we're using an ex-employee of Trump who diabolically hates him, who in the court, one of the witnesses,
Who?
Michael Cohen.
Michael Cohen hasn't testified yet.
This is just his personal feelings and bias.
No, the prosecutor said that.
Why are you using the adjective diabolical? Are you serious?
Because that's what they said. Anyway,
but Cohen hasn't testified yet.
But the witnesses said that Michael Cohen, one of the witnesses said that Michael Cohen was so depressed that he wanted to off himself when he didn't get a job.
Yeah, that was Keith Davidson.
Not
Stormy,
relevant.
I'll help you because you know nothing about this case. I haven't read the transcripts. Keith Davidson, Stormy Daniels' lawyer, testified to that. But it's not just, right? This stuff isn't coming out on cross. The prosecution is smearing Michael Cohen. That is a legal strategy. You need to understand that. You don't understand it. The prosecution is smearing Michael Cohen so that any bad things the jury might hear, they want it presented on their terms. That's why Michael Cohen had a really bad week. I agree, but that is a legal strategy. The prosecution is getting it all out now.
Okay, but if we're using a logical thing, because you're saying, I'm saying that there is
I didn't
room.
say something illogical. I told you the legal strategy of it.
I'm not saying that you did. I'm saying that using logic, we can make the inference that Cohen has an axe to grind against Trump. It's very easy. That's why I said this.
That does not matter.
Doesn't, yeah. That's the
And
thing,
if you
dude.
know more about this case and Mark Pomerantz and the federal case that was put together, that's why this is pared down. What Alvin Bragg did is take, in a lot of the federal case, which was sprawling, right? There was all these different frauds they knew about, tax crimes, everything, and pare it down and say, where's the paper trail? If Michael Cohen is a convicted perjurer, what can I prove or use to support his testimony? And this is coming from a New York Times reporting I read about this. So, I mean, yeah, this is a paper trail. So far, what we've seen is a paper trail, not Michael Cohen says. Michael Cohen hasn't taken the stand. You're up here to smear Michael Cohen, but he hasn't spoken yet. And I think that's intentional.
Michael Cohen does speak on TikTok every night. He does a live at 10 p.m.
Yeah,
I've talked to him.
I'm speaking in the court.
Yeah.
Yeah, but all I'm saying is that it's very
He committed. Wait, if you had committed this crime with Donald Trump and you had to pay dearly, including going to jail, would you be a little upset that you had to go to jail and the guy you did the crime with didn't?
I don't know if there's been a crime.
Does that make? Well, Michael Cohen went to jail for this crime.
He's guilty. What do you?
I don't see how you guys are so excited.
I don't understand why you won't answer this. Let's just pretend you're Michael Cohen and you did this crime with Trump. You initially lied. And then you got caught because there was evidence. So then, wait. So then you had to admit that you were wrong. You had to admit that you were guilty, and then you went to jail. And meanwhile, the guy you did all of this for, the whole reason that you committed all these crimes was for this guy, and that guy doesn't go to jail. Wouldn't you be a little bit bothered by that? That wouldn't bother you at all?
He allegedly committed the crimes.
Answer the question.
All right. No,
honestly,
we'll just end it. Like now you're playing semantics and running. Look, dude, go read the case.
I have read the case.
All right. No, you haven't. You have no.
Don't know anything about it.
We're way over. We went a half hour over. Let me get these comments in. I'm so sorry, guys. I was the worst at comments. I did not have a good morning. I've been holding on for dear life today. Let me read these. Arden said, W. Drew. Drew, if you're still around, here you go. W. Drew. You stopped and thought about what to say. I did notice that. W. Drew.
Yay, Drew.
Tara Tera says thank you. Oh, thank you, Tara. Or Tira. Did I read Phil's? Yeah, I did. I read that one. Make sure I got them all. Felice, would you, just before we go, would you just recap briefly, I guess, like where we stand with the case? Not where we stand with the case, just like what you should be looking for in the case, like what you think the prosecution needs to prove. Do you have any thoughts? I sprung that on you. That might you want to wait for tomorrow for that?
Well, I mean, I don't like the witnesses aren't in chronological order. They're not telling a story like here. It like that makes sense, right? Like one testimony goes off another, like, and it's going to build a complete picture. But the point is there's 34 business records that are falsified. Those are individual counts, right? There's underlying object offenses that make those felonies. There's 3 approved ones, and all the underlying facts are going to support, right, which is 17-152. Like, that's what it is. They're building a case to support the New York statute on conspiracy and election fraud. So, I mean, if you don't read the transcripts, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I can tell you that until this weekend, after I was on Nemo and Jake's live, and I was just like, I need to do a lot of research on the hush money case. Like, I didn't fully understand any of this either, what I explained today. So, and again, I read New York Times articles, I watch court reporters summarize the testimony, and I didn't understand like the underlying statutes and how the case was being built. That's what I've explained today for the first hour. If you missed it, I would suggest you go back and watch the recording.
It's on our YouTube, and if you're not a subscriber, the link's in the bio. Uh, Honestly, Felice, that was so much work that you put into that. It was more than just reading the article. She spent all weekend figuring this stuff out. You carried the show today, and I have to be better because now even like the MAGA men are starting to recognize that you're smarter than me. So like you've gotten past the misogyny part, and they're figuring this out. So I'm gonna have to be better.
Stop.
You broke
You're
through the
great.
misogyny. All right, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow morning and every morning, 9:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Thank you.
Thanks, Fax.
Fax? Are you about to go live? Who's live right now? Can we raid somebody? I feel like we've gotten away from raids this weekend. I saw more, and I want to get back more into that. I like sending stuff. Fax is at 6. Okay, Vermont time, whatever that is. Is Nemo's live right now?
Is he? Probably. Maybe. It's very possible.
Nemo is live. Okay, yeah. Everybody.